All right, we're live on all platforms now. I dare say salt and can just might be leaving that place soon, so you never can tell. They might relocate him. Jesus, I just said what I said right now, and I'm on YouTube now trying to check stuff, and someone says the next thing is watery beans. When I put this share, yeah, you go. Someone says he thought it was as invincible. Well, now he will understand what invisibility truly means. May God help him in that place tó ń ràn lọ́wọ́ yẹn. Àyẹn náà wọ́n gbìyànjú ṣá. A lọ máa ṣe tête à tête pẹ̀lú àwọn tiẹ̀. All right, if you're on TikTok, thank you very much for getting us to 14.7k likes. This is actually quite good. Like, it surprised me, go. So let me clap for everybody. Thank you. Thank you for the likes. Thank you very much. But please don't stop. If you're on TikTok, please don't stop. We need to keep the likes going. And what else? Please click on the heart icon above me here. If you're on TikTok, please click on it and join the team. Drop a heart to me, drop a gift. Let's push the live together. Thank you very much. For folks on YouTube, thank you for joining us. Please like the live and share as well. Thank you very much. We're going to have a great time today. We're starting a new series. Today will be introduction, shower, but you're going to have a great time. All right. Facebook, thank you very much for being here as well. I see our folks on Facebook. I'm going to check Twitter later and Twitch. Right, see Facebook, thank you very much for being here. It's lovely to have you join us today. All right, someone says, show me the law. I saw a tweet earlier today. Someone said they're going to create 1,000 shirts and they'll write show me the law, motor show in front of it. So in my mind, I was like, what does that do for you? If you write show me the law, the shirt and you distribute it to 1,000 people, is that the new way to protest? We see new things every day, don't we? It is what it is, I guess. All right, let's keep this thing going. If you're on Facebook, please like the live and also share. Thank you very much. I'm just checking to be sure we're good on all platforms. I'm just going to check Facebook and Twitter, and then we'll get on with today's session. Twitter. Remember? Just gonna check Twitter for a second. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Welcome. I see. Let's check folks here so we can. Sometimes I like to call people by name. I think it's cool that way. There is Tutu just joining us on TikTok. Thank you very much for joining us. Lovely to have you here. Okay. All right. Thank you. Good evening, Prof. Good evening, my brother Shaya West. Why am I reading your greeting? I'm supposed to be responding, but here am I reading it out. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. All right. Okay. I think those other things should be working now. Okay, good. So again, good evening. Thank you very much for joining. Having a blast myself. A few books we're going to be reading today. We're starting a new series. titled The Evolution of Christianity in Yorubaland. We've been postponing this for a bit. We're not going to stay too long on it to be, well, let's just see how it goes, right? But I know that, during the news session, we'll cover other things that are going on in the country, news of events and stuff like that. New ideas that we're discovering in town, we'll talk about that. And then we will begin the teaching, the class session. So of course we know that, that every time we come here we have two sessions. We have the news and then we have class. News, and then we'll bring people up, and afterwards we'll start with the class. But I think I'll mention the books when the time comes, not now. Let's just drop it for now. We're gonna have a great time together. Please like the live stream. This always helps to make the algorithm recommend the live stream to other people. Thank you very much. TikTok, thanks a lot. All right, where do we begin today? We'll begin with the news. Some interesting things happened. The governor of Abia State, Alex Oti, arrived at Belkota, Ogun State for the Southern Governors Forum meeting. I'm looking at the video here. Apparently, all the Southern governors are having a meeting today. I think we should laud our political leaders in the Southwest. I like that they had the Southwestern Governors Forum before this, so it's actually quite good. So I'm looking at the video of the governor of Abia State. So all the governors of the southern Nigeria, I think they're actually supposed to be there right now. Anyway, that's that. So they're meeting to discuss, the old issue as to do with security challenges and so on and so forth. All right. Oh, so something interesting I discovered today. I don't know how smart it is, but the Emir of Ilorin and Chairman Kwara State Traditional Council, this is from inside Ilorin, by the way. The Emir of Ilorin and Chairman Kwara State Traditional Council, Alhaji Ibrahim Sul Gambari, on Monday called for the renaming of University of Ilorin after the late Sheikh Shehu Alimi. It is well. Recently the governor of Kwara State, I heard, renamed the government house to Ahmadu Bello House, and now the Emir of Ilorin is asking that the school be renamed Sheikh Shehu Alimi. How else do you tell the people that you own the space? Anyway, that's the news. I don't think it makes sense at all, by the way. Just putting that out there. But I'm sure Ilorin people know what's best for them. Doesn't make sense to me personally, but Ilorin people will be fine. They will decide what they think is best for them. So anyway, as the governor of Abia State was arriving, talk was putting out the news about his arrival in Ogun State. Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, Aloy Ejimako, also put out the announcement that he himself, Nnamdi Kanu's wife, Emmanuel Kanu, and Nnamdi Kanu's younger brother, Emmanuel Kanu, and his wife paid a visit to the place you guys were talking about earlier, where they are selling Shokoto, where they are selling to Shinkafa. Why am I even? Let me just leave it. Anyway, they are there in Shokoto having a great time. Let me read you what he said. This is Aloy Ejimako. He's Nnamdi Kanu's consultant. We should call him now a lawyer. Which I don't know. If you're a lawyer, please let me know which one is the right stuff for him, because I thought they were lawyers and they became consultants. So I don't know what they are right now. Someone says for the coronation. Coronation of what? Ha! And you bash me a shady by Torolo. Oh, your brother saying Coronation as Guinea, as you, I mean as chic. Ah, it is well with Nigeria, and with some of you in the comment section. God help you. Anyway, Aloy Jimako says, I just arrived Sokoto with Prince Emmanuel Kanu and his wife to have a visitation with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Ndigbo must vigorously rise to the urgent task of freeing MNK from this ordeal and injustice that reflect on all of us. I don't know if this is about Ndigbo. I know Kanu is in prison, but I don't think it's actually the entire Igbo land. But me, I'm a Yoruba man, so maybe I'm not correct. I'd like us to listen to a number of people who have a different view of what's happening to Nnamdi Kanu. They are Igbos, by the way, so it makes it a bit easier to deal with. So take a listen to this lady. She was at Kiaika's club, and she has this to say. Take a listen, please.
Men at the top who are Igbos to come speak about Nnamdi Kanu's issue or involve themselves.
Maybe they're not loud enough.
I laugh. The Igbo people we are one of the smartest people. We are not just book smart, we are street smart, and we are business smart. Okay? You're telling someone to come and support a movement or talk about a movement that he initially is not wanting to be part of. The Biafran movement is not something that all Igbos are in support of. So stop trying, I need people to stop trying to mash us into one. There is a divide already on this movement. Before IPOB, there was MASOB. How did MASOB run their agenda so peacefully? But when it was time for the IPOB, we are having chaos. The East is not what it used to be. We can't travel anymore. The UGMs are in play. The ESN are in play. My state is in shambles because I am from the same state as he is. You can't come out on Mondays anymore. You move, you get killed. Why is nobody saying anything about that? We are more worried about one man who put the whole of the East in disarray for doing the wrong thing. There's tyranny, there's treason. Are we going to advocate for a tyrant? You want a cessation, you do not go about it the legal way, and you put everybody's lives from the East into problems, and then you want us to stand behind violence? Has any of you taken the time to listen to Nnamdi's radio channel for 1 hour and hear the amount of hate? The hate. I don't speak on this because it pains me to my blood. I know what we are facing. The Civil War is still a mark. My father was one of them, and he will tell you, anything you do in life, do not advocate for a war. The general who started it, God rest his soul, he came out to say he regretted his actions. He wasn't even here when the chips were down. And you think Kanu will be here when he sets? What are we kidding ourselves? What are we saying? We are not, there are a lot of us not in support of the movement, and that's facts. And you cannot force it upon anybody, whether as a leader, as a statesman, or whoever hierarchy. If I'm not in support, I'm not in support. You can't use my political ambition or my political stance to hold it against me that I'm not speaking up. Igbo people are smart. We choose our battles wisely. And for this battle of Nnamdi Kanu, we are choosing to stay silent. And the people who are chosen to stay silent should not be bullied for their choice.
Thank you.
Thank you. From
I just have to play that video first. Number one, to acknowledge the fact that the exceptions I always talk about that are beginning to speak up. There's a rule about being quiet in the face of tyranny and calling other people cowards. There's a rule when it comes to, standing up for lawlessness and supporting stupidity. And for instance, when we talk about what's happening in the Southeast, everybody's talking about the person, not the people. There's no idea of collectivism. It's about individuality. And so it's more about the person, not what's happening. But then it's good that even if everybody's going in a direction, you always have exceptions. And those exceptions are beginning to speak up. And I'm going to play some of the things that they've said in the last few days because it's important to highlight these things so it doesn't look like everybody, to be honest, everybody thinks the same way. But these are exceptions and it's important to mention them. But I will sprinkle this thing. So we'll listen to both sides, and then we can decide who is right. Someone says the person is not Igbo. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I say that the person is not Igbo. Okay. We have heard you. 6. You don't have to spam the comment section. You said like 4 times. Don't worry. It doesn't take too much brains to understand how not too smart you are. But thank you very much for highlighting that, by the way. I'd like to play the one that you probably think this one is Igbo, because this might also be in line with your dream. So guys, because we don't want this guy to have a breakdown in the comment section, let's try and listen to someone else I think he would prefer to listen to. And people are telling me in the comment section, it's not good to generalize. The truth of the matter is that this is a general idea. Don't preach to the choir. I'm not the one to tell that don't generalize. The generalized idea, if there's anything like that, is everybody is supposed to support Nnamdi Kanu. That's the general rule in the Southeast. The lady is an exception, but I recognize that she exists, and there are others like her. But that doesn't change the fact that the majority of the people support, whatever. Anyway, earlier today, Charlie Boy, who is supposed to be an elder, a 70-year-old man, according to Asari Dokubo, he decided to share this on his X page and then asked us to express ourselves in the comment section. So after listening, you can, maybe much later, you can come up so you can express yourself. Someone said she's Igbo. She even said, of course she's Igbo. Do you mind, are you thinking of that clown in the comment section? Of course she's Igbo. She's Igbo. But she's not supposed to have a different opinion. That's the issue with the clown in the comment section. Don't worry about it. She's Igbo, by the way. She's Igbo, and it's important to acknowledge that people like this exist. It's also important to acknowledge that most of these guys will say she's not Igbo because she's not saying what they want to hear. But let's listen to the one that I think he would agree that this one is Igbo. Take a listen, everybody.
Sometimes when some people will say Yorubas are the problem of Nigeria, I will disagree. But with this issue of MLK, I don't agree. Need to say actually some Yorubas, they are the problem of Nigeria. Bita Yanku, he washed his hand come off for Nnamdi Kanu case. Even Nnamdi Kanu talk say nobody, no lawyer, no judge go fit judge the case for Nigeria. But it was surprising say yesterday, na Yoruba man I pass judgment for MLK. Na Yoruba man I sentence MLK to life imprisonment. Now I really understand say Yorubas no really like Igbo for nothing. So wetin Hausa person no fit do, Yoruba man take him upon himself to pass judgment for MLK. The Fulanis, the terrorists, when they kill people for Nigeria, this man could not pass judgment. You pass judgment for MLK. What did this man don't do when we say another person never do one? What is this man's offense? He's fighting for those who cannot fight for themselves. Give us our nation, let us go. That is what he's asking for. Is it too much to ask? Now una sentence him to life imprisonment. Some Yoruba saying, may God help una. Even when these people una state they pay una like chicken, una no fit do them anything. When it comes to the case of Igbo, una go bring una chest outside.
So, Yoruba people, you are supposed to be cowards, and the idea basically is that what the Hausa man cannot do, how is it that you are the ones that have the chest to do it? That's the problem now. So, as per cowards now, it's funny how cowards actually get to deal with these clowns, and then the next thing you hear is it's Igbo versus Yoruba. This is not Igbo versus Yoruba. This is about legality, and it's not even about an ethnicity. It's about an individual. When you're supposed to be individualistic, you'll be saying it's all of us. When you're supposed to be doing collectivism, you're saying it's only one Nnamdi Kanu. Anyway, the best person to respond to this lady is another gentleman. Please take a listen to him. Again, we'll be mixing it so that Kobale makes sense. Here is an Igbo man who has something to say about Justice Omotoshaw's judgment. Take a listen.
Justice Omotoshaw did not personally write that judgment that sentenced Nnamdi Kanu to life imprisonment. Watch this video.
How many police or army did you kill? I don't want to hear that. They are killing you. How many did you kill? The defendant then told Nicola not to wave the green, white, green flag of Nigeria, but a blood-stained flag with the color green, white. Red.
Now, if you've been listening to Nnamdi Kanu's broadcast, if you have heard Nnamdi Kanu talk, you would notice that in this video, Justice James Omotosho spoke clearly in Nnamdi Kanu's voice. And the fact Justice Omotosho could speak that clearly in Nnamdi Kanu's voice shows the amount of attention he gave to this Nnamdi Kanu's case. It shows how much he has acquainted himself with the case. So I have no doubt whatsoever he wrote that judgment himself. This is my opinion. And for anybody that have problem with the way he read that judgment, you must also understand that one of the most common misconceptions people have about people in legal profession is that they are very good in English language. They know how to blow grammar. It is not always so. What you should be interested in is the merit of the case, not his reading skills. And for those trying to bring in tribe into it, the truth of the matter is that Nnamdi Kanu's case is not such an easy case to handle. The case has been there for a long time. All the judges were avoiding the case, including Igbo judges. And this man who is courageous enough to take up the case, and some of you are there saying he's a Yoruba man. That is, what kind of argument is that? Now, to Nnamdi Kanu, justice.
So, he mentioned that he was brave enough, the judge, Justice Omotosho was brave enough to pick up the gauntlet and do the needful. Therefore, I mean, clearly he's not the coward that these clowns are saying he is, or that Yoruba people are. But I like the fact that there's an able person speaking or saying all this. But does that even mean anything to many people in the Southeast? Maybe not so much. Nnamdi Kanu's brother went on, I don't know if it's a podcast, and all these students that were speaking, no concern. I'm now waiting to talk with this. Take a listen, please.
They are simple. He said they should revive all the moribund industries. He talked about good health system. He talked about dredging the River Niger. He talked about allowing Enugu to function as a full international airport. He talked about Akwa Ibom Seaport and the airport. He talked about the Iguacha, which is present day Port Harcourt, seaport and that of international airport. He talked about Samambakwe Airport, to be allowed to function as a full cargo international airport. These are his demands. There was no Biafra mentioned in it. Now, let me put this to you. The only functional seaport today, so to speak, is in Lagos. Now, I'm an Igbo man. I'm in the southeast of Nigeria. Now, perhaps I have a goods to clear in Lagos. I have to pay transport from here to go to Lagos to go and clear the goods. On my way coming, I have to settle all the security agents on the road until I get to Alibo. What would that cost? Costing inflation. Whereas from here to Port Harcourt will take me like less than an hour to go and bring my goods. Whereas from Lagos takes almost 12 hours. Taking all the risks while coming back. So they know this is economic strangulation. They know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing to suppress Ndigo as it is.
What you just said is absolute nonsense. And it's nonsense because Lagos Port is not the only port working in Nigeria. On port is working and making a ton of money, right? The other day we had a session here where we discussed I think about three things we discussed. Number one was the fact that this same IPOB and ASM people were using that same port to bring in machetes and guns and ammunition into Nigeria, the port that they say is not working. That was last year. Then end of the year, the port that's not working declared over 2 billion. I'll look for the amount, right? Amount of money, like quite huge. Let me look for it. 1 second. We talked about it a while back. I'm just going to show you so that. By the way, everybody from the east says the same nonsense. Like, oh, Lagos is the only port that's working. What's it called? Calabar Port works, by the way. And then he mentioned Akwa Ibom. I'll talk about that in a bit. Let me just find the data for this one on air. You know what? I think I'm going to read the two stuff. Yeah, I'm going to read the revenue, then I'm going to read the thing about machetes. Did I mention 2 billion earlier? No, it wasn't. It couldn't have been 2 billion. It definitely has to be higher than that. Just give me one moment. Da 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 da. One. Found it. Found it. All right, let's have this one first. On a command, this is from 7th January 2025. Someone says, you see the reason we cannot be together, but what will before Nigeria son will be so, what will before your part of the country will be so bad? What will before your father's house, your community, your region will be so terrible? What's your name? Two doors. So what will befall your father's house and your region will be very terrible. But no, we don't have to be together because there's nothing you are doing that really makes any sense. So you might as well get out. What will befall you first before you and destroy you before you get out. Once you say nonsense here, you'll be collecting it. Let me read here, Jare. In fact, I want to space it out. I'm going to read January, April. I'll start from last year. Let's do like this. I'll start from January. I read April, then I read November. Then I'll go talk about the money that they've made in all this, over time. All right, so let's start with 1st January 2025. This is from Punch newspaper. On a customs command generates 634 billion naira revenue. That's a report that does not work. January of this year, 634 billion naira revenue. The Nigerian Customs Service Area 2 Command on a River State said its officials have seized 1240 food containers of medicine illegally imported into the country with a duty paid value of 20.309. This is as 20.309 billion naira. This is as the command said it generated 634 billion naira in 2024, surpassing the 618 billion revenue. I'll take that slowly. This is as the command said it generated 634 billion naira in 2024, surpassing the 618 billion naira revenue target it was given at the beginning of the year. That's the part that does not work. It was supposed to make 618 billion in 2024. It ended up making 634 billion naira last year. That's the part that does not work. That's for January, reporting what happened last year. Let's talk about what happened first quarter of this year, 2025. Customs rakes in 190 billion naira at Onne Port in Q1 2025. That's between January and March. Well, they'll give you that report in April. So between January and March. It says here, the Nigeria Customs Service has announced that it generated 190 billion 569 million 212,397 naira and 42 kobo from January to March 2025 at Onne Port, River State. Customs Controller Area 2 Command Onne, Mohammed Babandede, revealed this during his first quarter media briefing in Onne on Wednesday. Babandede stated that the feat showed a remarkable improvement with a difference of 27 billion 864 million 668,442 naira 61 kobo, representing a 17.12% increase against the first quarter of 2024. That's just for, say, 3 months. More than 27 billion naira. It's a pot that does not work, but that's April. Let's see what has happened since April. This one is from November. This is November 26, right? Today's 26, Abby. Yeah. So this news is from November 7. It says, on a customs command breaks record with 76.07 billion revenue in October. The Nigeria Customs, oh dear. Law. I must find that thing. Where is it? Okay. The Nigeria Customs Service, Port Harcourt 2 Area Command Onne, has achieved an unprecedented feat, generating 76.07 billion naira in October 2025, the highest monthly revenue in the command's history. This is the same port that this people are saying doesn't work. Where are they getting this money from? This historic performance, according to a statement signed by the Command's Public Relations Officer, Chief Superintendent of Customs, Theophilus Junior, reflects the impact of decisive leadership, effective coordination, and enhanced stakeholder collaboration under the Command's Area Controller, Aliu Alkali. Now, by the way, if you go and read, I've read Punch, from Channel TV, from PR Nigeria. This one is from Business Day. Talks about how on a command records 98% revenue growth in 2024. If anybody here still thinks on is not working, your head is not working. Your brain, it is suspended. But here's the crazy part. What are folks who are saying the port doesn't work? What have they been using the port for? That's the question. So, let us start by reading some news. In a major July 2024 seizure, Nigeria Customs confiscated 844 rifles and 112,500 rounds of ammunition concealed in a container at Onne Port. The arms and ammunition were hidden within items like doors, furniture, and plumbing fittings, with an estimated value of 4.17 billion naira. 3 suspects were arrested in connection with the seizure. $844 rifles, 112,500 rounds of ammunition. That's the place that does not. And they arrested 3 people. Your guess is as good as mine who those people are. But you know what? Let me read from Nigeria Customs Service website, and then maybe from Premium Times as well. Because, like I say, people don't even care about the news. One clown will just sit down somewhere, carry a microphone, talk rubbish. Nalayo. I mean, wait. Shall we say we went to school? If somebody says something, I mean, it could be true. But you want to fact check just to be sure. Like everything I'm saying right now, I'm telling you where you can find those things. I'm saying Punch, I'm mentioning Business Day, so you can easily just search. But once your Lord and Messiah starts saying things, everybody's brains just get suspended. It's amazing. What a miracle. All right, Nigeria Customs Service, this accepts 844 rifles, 112,500 rounds of ammunition in Onne. Nigeria Customs, okay, I already read those parts. Let me just read it again. The Nigeria Customs Service has made a significant seizure of arms and ammunition at the Port Harcourt Area 2 Command in Onne. The Controller General of Customs, Adewale Adeni, why is it always Yoruba? Are you fighting with people? Anyway, now Yoruba man, so we could just read down like that. The Controller General of Customs, Adewale Adeni, made the announcement during a press conference at Onne, River State. That was last year, July 1, 2024. Acting on credible intelligence on June 21, customs officers, while inspecting a suspicious 1x40 foot container from Turkey, found it to contain 844 rifles and 112,500 rounds of live ammunition. These items were concealed among doors, furniture, plumbing fittings, and leather bags, with a total duty paid value of 4,171,710,000 naira. During the press conference, CGC asserted that, quote, this interception underscores our commitment to national security and public safety. We remain vigilant and committed to our duty. 3 suspects have been detained in connection with the seizure, with a thorough investigation underway to ensure all involved face legal consequences, end of quote. Additionally, on June 29, 2024, customs officers intercepted 8 40-foot containers destined for a bonded warehouse from Onne Port. These containers contained 1,050,000 bottles of CSC cough syrup with codeine, 3,500,000 tablets of Trodol Benzexol, and 720 bales of used clothes, with a duty paid value of 13,915,710,000 naira. That's the port that does not work. Whenever they stop you from doing illegal activities, that place is not working. if you want to read more, go to Nigeria Customs website, and also there's a news also that is on Premium Times. All right. So let's go back to, it says they also got 80 by 40 container with duty paid value of 9.6 billion naira laden with tramadol, codeine, and other illicit drugs, as well as 720 bales of second-hand clothing with duty paid value of 144 million naira. So what do you see here? Fake drugs, arms and ammunition, smuggled into the country and intercepted by customs in a port that does not work. And some of you, the best you can do is to be insulting me. Your brain is suspended. You can't think. At this point, to be honest, I think all that what we're saying, you were made so by let's just stop for now. But so when they tell you that, oh, it's only Lagos port that works, ask them what of the ones we just read right now, what's happening on there? How about people that are using it? How are they making that much money if the port doesn't work? Apparently it's working. That's number one. Number two, you can't be speaking about Ẹkáàbọ state when the governor is doing something in his own space. Oh, Ẹkáàbọ port. Ẹkáàbọ port, they're working on Ibom deep sea port. Who is doing it? The governors. Governors across Nigeria are thinking. Lekki deep sea port, the one that will be opening in Badagry, Olokola, Ogun State, Ibom. Everybody is thinking of what they can do for the people. You are asking, this is what he's asking for. Asking who? Asking who? The governors are building stuff like this. Is it that they don't know what to use money for? What are they doing? They're attracting investors. They're building, synergy and coming up with consortiums that can help them, build the infrastructure they require in their spaces. That's what leadership is about. Not all this thing of we are demanding from who? Dangote is partnering with Ogun State. They're going to start building a seaport in Ogun State right now. It has nothing to do with federal government. The Badagry port, federal government is not involved. Ondo State, federal government is not involved. They're spending over $2 billion. Are we saying that all those governors that are doing something, you cannot challenge your leaders to be like them? All you are doing is come and give us. Meanwhile, you cannot even have seaport in your area because God did not give you sea. You can cry about it and feel bad, but it's nature. And guess what? I don't think it's a problem. And in case you are Igbo here, listen to me sincerely. I'm playing the good ones because I'm trying to balance it so it doesn't look like one is dwelling on negativity. But let's make something very clear. Your folks, your parents complained about this in 1967, seaport. And there's a document I read the last time we had a session here by Anthony Nauro, when he said 80% of Nigeria has no seaport. At the time we had 12 states. Of the 12 states, 8 had no seaport. As a matter of fact, had no access to sea. All the 6 in the north had no access to sea. The southeast had no access to sea. And then the western state, which eventually became, in 76, became Oyo, Ogun, and Ondo. But of course, Ondo had access to sea, but nothing serious was going on there at the time. But now things are better because the leaders have vision, not just complaining. How can father complain about something, the child will complain about it, the grandchildren will complain about it, and nobody's asking questions? It's always somebody else's responsibility. Grow up. Meanwhile, he mentioned airport. There's international airport in Enugu. International airport in Enugu. It is there. It's functioning. It's working. People are using it. Let me tell you the reason I speak like this, because I want to also put these things on social media so that in case young people happen upon things like this, they'll be able to understand the fact that what they are hearing from home is what's destroying their region. Because there's no way you're going to raise children with so much negativity and bad bile and bitterness and say, oh, they didn't do this for us, they didn't do this for us. Meanwhile, you are lying. Oh, how do you raise young people like this and expect them to desire something good for Nigeria? Some of them are in my comment section. Some of them, for instance, are my children's age mates. In that sense, but you insult me because you're not properly raised, and I feel sorry for you, to be honest. So it's okay. But the point is, you cannot continue. You cannot give this to your children. You cannot give stupidity as heirloom. Like I got it from my grandfather. I won't transfer them. You don't see any good thing transfer to your children. And if you're Yoruba, let nobody gaslight you with somebody is marginalizing anybody. I've asked 2 questions on my TikTok page for a while now. I think it was 2 days ago, somebody said they're being marginalized. So I asked a simple question. How exactly are the Igbos being marginalized? Please be specific. I have not received one answer. This morning, somebody said the Yorubas have betrayed the Igbos. So I asked another question. How exactly have the Yorubas betrayed the Igbos? Please be specific. The reality is that if you cannot be specific, you don't know what you're talking about. And I can assure you, you cannot be specific. Why? Because it doesn't exist. Koshele, it didn't happen. You've been told. You've gone to uni, you've come out of uni, you've never really engaged your brain to ask questions about it. You just took it like, oh, if they said it, it must be real. But they lied to you. If you like, insult me, continue. If you like, learn. But whatever you do, it is well with you. While Kano's brother was saying his own stuff, talking about economic strangulation, which is nobody's fault but theirs, to be honest. Again, I'm not saying this because there is no compassion for Igbos. Let's make something very clear. That's not the point here. The point is that there is no way you're going to abscond, right, or find a way to avoid responsibility and then blackmail the rest of the country to do for you what you're supposed to do for yourself. And then when they say, no, that's your responsibility, you call them bigots, and you expect them to think you have sense. Like, you must be daft. It's not because people don't have compassion. It's because what they are doing at home too, they had to do something. See what happened. Were you not proud, if you're Yoruba, were you not proud on Monday when your governor sat down to discuss security challenges in Nigeria and how to secure Yorubaland? I mean, I'm going to read some things later. Oyo State government already got 2 drones. Ogun State government is bringing out their own policies. The entire Southwest is talking about state policing. They are coming up with structures. They're not waiting for the federal government. They're even suggesting to the federal government what the federal government should be doing, but they're also talking about what they are doing. And they're not just talking about it, they are doing something. That's how proactive people act. Not just sit down in one place and be throwing tantrums and insulting everybody. Thank you. Somebody says, yeah, Oyo bought surveillance aircraft. Why should they buy it now? Is that not federal government's responsibility? The security of life and property is the work of the Commander-in-Chief of Armed Forces. Our governors should not do anything, just wait for manna from heaven. Rubbish. If your governor is... Some governors in Nigeria are just chilling. And I don't blame them. If your people are not saying anything, why would you not just chill? Compete. Say you like competition. Compete. If somebody is doing something good, try and do the same thing. If someone is, I mean, hopefully after the meeting they're having today, the governors of the southern region, I don't even like that thing, to be honest, because I think it's a lie. There's no southern Nigeria. Southern Nigeria ceased existing in 1939. But for the sake of, it is well. North and South, sure, they're having a meeting. I hope they leave that meeting challenging each other rather than chilling and then pointing accusing fingers at everybody but your leaders. It's not right. But guess what? Now Torrentia they talk. There's a pastor who has a message for his people. He is in the Baru Jare. Baru, welcome. He's supposed to be a minister in the pew. Pulpit. In the pulpit with loads of people in the pews listening to him as a minister. This is what he had to say about the change that Nigeria requires. And by the way, the change never starts with the man in the mirror. That's just a spoiler alert. Take a listen to the minister. I wish you could. In fact, let me show you what he looks like. This is the minister. Take a listen, please.
With his name, Assistant Commissioner of Police, parading in Katsina State. he was not sentenced to life in prison. Even the day they came for peace talk, he was wearing the police uniform. Sheikh Gumi, who is busy negotiating with terrorists, wasting lives, never sentenced to life imprisonment. So to say the terrorists should not be killed. Terrorists are our brothers and sisters. I stand to say online, on site, every terrorist should be treated as a terrorist. The killer should be killed. What did this young man do? What did Nnamdi Kanu do? What did he do? What was his offense? It was in his case that I know that even government can act immediately. They declare before you know it, they are taking him down to Sokoto. What is the relationship between Abuja to Sokoto prison? What offense? Wickedness in our land. And it's high time for Christians and Igbos to come together. This is an eye-opener. Let the religious leader, let the rulers, let the men who are men in Igbo land arise. Will you feel? The senators and the governors, their children based abroad, our children are being molested, and they are here campaigning. They are here, sorry, Odegabu governor and senator, House of Assembly. They are disgrace to us. All the whole Southeast governors, without any apology, they are disgrace to us. What was his offense? What did he do? Did he kill anyone? Okay, they said he's a terrorist, sentenced to life imprisonment. But Shekau, who is the leader of Boko Haram, was not sentenced to life imprisonment. Others who are Boko Haram members were not sentenced to life imprisonment. All they did was to give them amnesty. And they said they are repentant Boko Harams. And inflict them into Nigeria army. And they are causing havoc. If they forgave all the terrorists, even Nnamdi Kanu is being a terrorist, they should equally forgive him. Why must his own case be different? Whoever that is involved in the killing of innocent souls in Nigeria, yes, I speak as a priest ordained, caused by God.
These are not terrorists.
You know the crazy part? The last bit he said actually cancelled everything he said before then. When he said, he said, I speak as somebody ordained by God. Anybody who is, terrorizing people and killing people as terrorists, then he cursed them. I mean, how do you even begin? He said, what's the connection between Abuja and Sokoto? One Nigeria, that's the connection. That's the connection. Then he mentioned Shekau. I don't know if they're pampering him where he is. He mentioned that everybody should, if you're a terrorist, you should be, dealt with as terrorists. I agree with that one. I agree with that one, that everybody should be treated equally. If you're a terrorist, you should be treated that way. But the next thing he said was that, what did the young man do? Pastor. Someone said Shekau is dead. I know Shekau is dead, but one person said Jim there, so I could say mobile. But I think the official one is dead. Pastor said, what did Nnamdi Kanu do? A person is asking you, is a rhetorical question, by the way. He's asking you that question, and you think the next thing he's saying makes sense. When he said all Christians and Igbos should come together. No. You will do your runs by yourself. There's no Christian and Igbos. It's when you want to use people that you remember that there are other. No. Fight your fight. You will not win, by the way, because it's based on falsehood. How do I know? I'm not even going to tell you what I know. I'm going to tell you what other people. I'm going to let you listen to, or have you listen to other Igbo people before I tell you what I think about this thing. There was a press conference by folks from Imo State. I think we should start with that one, and then you can now decide if Kanu did nothing. By the way, I'm Yoruba. This doesn't even affect me. But you know why? You know what is? You know why I speak up? Because there are Yoruba people that listen to this, and one of them sent me a message some days ago. Why are you always talking about this thing now? The guy is a sissy. What you call manipulation, like just lies, and the person believes it. We're all Nigerians, right? Now, am I happy that he's in prison? I'm happy that he's being dealt with. Do I want it? Would I have wanted him to be there for life? I don't really. He's neither here nor there. I just think it's important that there is consequence for what he has done, so that you don't set a precedent for anybody can just come and scatter everywhere and say, "Oh, I'm exercising my rights. I have done nothing." But what's the next thing they should do? Appeal. Appeal. Who knows what will happen in court of appeal? Maybe they'll reduce it. Maybe they'll even increase it. if they increase life imprisonment, what would they give the person? Don't be dead with that. Anyway, maybe whatever. And then if you don't like that one, you go to Supreme Court. Not just disturbing the airwaves. And then you have, I was going to say young Yoruba, but some of these people are not even young like that. Some of them are in their 40s, 50s, sounding like, I told you, like they just lie to you, and you say, like, hey, why did they now do? I'm like, are you okay? That means that Yoruba people are not, if not even Yoruba, if other people are not saying anything, you're just going to get carried away by the propaganda from a particular part. And when you go against propaganda, you're a bigot. Even if it's propaganda, but you must not go against it for you to show that we are all together. All of magic can buy and share together, and I say, boo. That's when you hear things like, church, take back your country. It's a lie, oh, run, no. Anyway, there was a conference at Imo State, and they discussed what has been happening to them. I think Igbos should also listen to these people. They're Igbos. This is not about Yoruba versus Igbo. It's not about all of those things. It's deeper than that. Take a listen to this, please. Sorry. Okay.
Imo State say after losing more than 5,000 people, they can no longer keep quiet and allow impunity reign in their land. Senior correspondent Ibekano has details.
Osu initiative. It can best be described as save our soul by the Osu people. They say the town, though small, has turned to burial ground by those they claim to be members of the proscribed IPOB and Eastern Security Network.
For more than 4 years, and still counting, the local government has been plagued with the worst form of terrorism involving one-ton bad bloodbath, massacre of innocent citizens, of innocent people, including aged men and women, children, pregnant mothers, all perpetrated by criminal elements identifying themselves as members of IPOB, ESN, and the loss of over 5,000 lives.
The IEDs that are buried in locations need experts, bomb experts to come and help us with, deactivating them. We do not have a life in our hometowns. We don't have, government infrastructures. There are no functional clinics, no functional hospitals. There are no transformers. There's nothing.
At some point, some of them were overtaken by emotions. Following the gory pictures displayed on the screen, they revealed there's hardly a household who hasn't lost a family member to this outlawed group.
One of the, when the army got to the Mother Valley, they discovered something. They discovered a hand note where people, they were teaching themselves where the heart, the kidney, they were teaching the heart nurses how to, extract human organs from human body. What has that got to do with the agitation for a state of Biafra?
4 days ago, I buried my uncle, 98-year-old man. They beheaded him, and up to now, we buried only his body, no head.
They called on security agencies and the Imo State government not to ignore their plea for intervention into the invasion of their land by those they are alleged to be members of IPOB and ESN. Ivy Kano, TVC News.
So you all heard it.
I have a question. These people speaking here, the man who lost his uncle, do they have a right to fair hearing and justice? Or should we just continue to have people say, oh, what did he do? What did he do? And I said something the other day. If you remember the old Rwanda genocide, event, after the president, you can read about it, you should read about it, but if you also watch these old movies, it's old now, because I think it's sometime in November, sometime in April. There are two movies. One has Idris Elba. The other one has, that's Hotel Rwanda. And there is sometime in, I think, April. At Hotel Rwanda, and that's one with Idris Elba. There's sometime in April or something. This Don Cheadle. If you watch, Don Cheadle is Hotel Rwanda. Yes, Hotel Rwanda is Don Cheadle. Then the other one is the one with Idris Elba. The point I'm trying to make is this. So if you, sometimes in April, yes, thank you. So if you watch the movie or you've read about it, all it took was a man, right, in a booth, in a radio station, to call people cockroaches, kill them, get weapons. Read about this thing now. Are you telling me, as a sane human being, that the person who is telling them in the radio booth, kill them, he is not culpable at all? We should just be looking for the person that has machete in his hands. That's the person that we should arrest. Are we joking? Look at these people. Some of them I'm looking at their faces. Of course, you can't see, but maybe when we put out the video, you see their faces. Some of them, elderly people crying. They lost loved ones, homes. So at the point, you begin to ask yourself the question, is it really about the people? Because if it's about your people, if I want to get land for my people, I want to set my people free, how am I going to kill them before the freedom comes? Are you not supposed to protect them? Okay, so if you have killed all the people, when the sort of quote-unquote freedom comes, who are you now going to reign over, or rule over, whatever? Who are you going to have when you don't kill everybody come out? I just think we should be thinking straight, you know. Someone says stay at home. There was a report they've lost about I don't know how true it is, 7.1 trillion naira due to stay at home on Monday. But like I said, I mean, that's neither here nor there. People are speaking up, Sha. Someone says, including beating parents, I saw that video. School children were made to lie on the ground. They laid on the floor and they were beaten. One of them looked as a parent, teacher, beating these people. Why? Because they're going to school on Monday. And you are fighting for Nnamdi Kanu. I mean, you can fight for anybody you like, but don't make it seem as though he didn't do anything. Nigeria just hates him. They just hate Igbo. Are you not even thinking about your own people? How about your own people? And many of you don't live in the southeast, though. Many of you live outside the place. You know, I listened to, it was Matt Walsh. It was Matt Walsh earlier today. He said something that is a bit insulting, but it makes sense. He said that America should stop allowing third world people to come into their country. That they are leaving that place because of the kind of mind they have. I mean, to be honest, it's simplistic. You can talk about the imperialism part of it, but just hear me out. When they move into America, they move in with that third world mindset. A person, and it's something you see in the UK, somebody leaves Afghanistan or whatever, one of these tank countries, moves into the UK, and then begins to try to turn the UK into where it's coming from. I'm going to ask you, want to have Sharia law? If it was so good, how come you ran away from where you're coming from? You came into a place, this is a sanctuary, but now you want the things you left behind. Is what happens. People will leave the southeast, move everywhere else, then be telling the people in that place what they want there, and now begin to talk about what's happening back home as if it's picnic. You're just having picnic. What's the big deal? What did he do? He didn't do anything. Meanwhile, the person who is speaking English cannot go home on Monday. God will judge you. Adeji says it's simplistic, but it's a bit true, sadly. It's true. It's simplistic because, of course, there's an imperialism, whatever. Oh, this is what they did to your country. But in reality, Archbishop Benson Idahosa has said that a lizard in Nigeria will not become an alligator in America. It's the truth. If you get the sponge and you squeeze it, whatever is inside it is what comes out. And people have nonsense inside them. So when you squeeze them, now rubbish they come out. But thankfully, we have some people who don't think in that who don't think like that, who kind of have something good coming out of them. One of them, I want you to listen to him, speak on this matter. Take a listen, please.
President Kano's victims. Who is going to speak for them? That's my question. How about them? Or are they not human beings? Okay, they don't deserve justice. It's Nnamdi Kanu that deserves justice. Okay, their life don't matter. It's Nnamdi Kanu's life that matters. Is that what you people are saying? Why are you politicians? Why are you people so evil? Some of you. Why are some of our Igbo politicians so evil? Why? I want to know. Why are you people so evil? A killer like Nnamdi Kanu. You people are begging the government to free him. You are begging for presidential pardon. That's what they are begging. Okay, let me play it for you. Maybe we hear. This Nnamdi Kanu's training. What is your name? Amaka. No. Amaka. Amaka who? 2 years. Where are you from? Ibezi South. Ibezi South. When did you join the IPOB? Last 4 months. Last 4 months. How many people have you killed? 5. 5. 5. On another, IPOB, peaceful organization. On your join no 4 months, Google man 5. On your join on IPOB under 4 months. But let me say this. I know why I always want to be sure that I speak the truth, so that God who lives in heaven will not destroy me. Some people not IPOB, some people not there, genuinely, they don't know what's going on. They are gullible. But some knew, but their hands are not there. But they knew that some part of this struggle is very, very violent. Then some people don't know at all. Then others are criminals. Are you getting what I'm saying? They are the one, anytime you come out to talk, they want to counter it. They knew that people are buying people with the name of Biafra. All of them knew. All. No one person you will say that don't know. They knew that people are buying their brothers. All of their brothers. All of them knew. But some of them are not in support. But a lot of them are in support that people should buy so that Biafra will come. Let me show you people. Oh, let me show you people. I wish these people cannot dictate this thing. If from when it end if I be sim mad, this mad not mad come in and angigaya. I told me what here because we wait here, that we keep blocking. Isi mad, if they hacketa in an anya phone. Ngos isi mad, not mad. Come and angiga hangia. Hatis your fobusi hedge. Hatis your fobusi hedge barrier. If I be Nnamdi Kanu, Butelna. If I be Nnamdi Kanu, Butelna.
It is well. May God bless the Southeast. May we have peace in our land. And people have sense. Residents of Anambra State maintain Monday sit at home despite Kanu's imprisonment. Residents in Onitsha, Nnewi, and other parts of Anambra State continue to observe the weekly Monday sit at home, showing solidarity with indigenous people of Biafra leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Showing solidarity, they are afraid that they're going to beat them or kill them, even after his conviction and imprisonment. Businesses, schools, banks, hospitals, and government offices remained shut, while streets were largely empty, reflecting widespread public support. Told Vanguard that the sit-at-home is a voluntary protest and not enforced by IPOB. They clarify that previous claims of IPOB imposed lockdowns were misleading. Something called Stockholm Syndrome. They clarify that previous claims of IPOB imposed lockdowns were misleading, noting that any criminal activity during past protests were opportunistic and not organized by the group. Obed Nwachukwu stated those expecting markets and businesses to reopen because of Kanu's imprisonment will have to wait. We are standing in solidarity with him until he regains freedom. Chief Okudili Okoye added the federal government's assertions and the Abuja Federal High Court ruling lack credibility. The Monday sit-at-home will continue voluntarily to demand justice and fairness for Ndigbo. Normal activities will resume only when Nnamdi Kanu is free. Ologwondore Jamu, continue. It is well. You can go on, you can have sit at home and it will affect the country. But for some weird reasons, I don't know whether these people don't understand the fact that this sit at home doesn't affect anybody else but the South, any other region but the Southeast. It's like cutting your nose to spite your face. It is well. It is well. It is well. Moving on. While all that's happening in the Southeast is happening, Amotekun commences patrol of boarding schools in Ondo State, just to ensure that everybody is safe. All right. I'd like to play you something from Oyo State government. So that's from Ondo State. I want to make it very short. That's from Ondo State. Let me play you something from Oyo State. This is Governor Seyi Makinde giving a brief insight of what is expected of the newly acquired security surveillance aircraft purchased by Oyo State government. Take a listen, please.
Of what we perceive as the next level of threat, and our security architecture in Oyo State is able to deal with it. The aircrafts, they are two brand new, not three, they are two. But they're brand new, and we'll get value out of them. And one thing that you will, that we will demonstrate to you when those aircraft finally arrive in Oyo State is that I will show you far away in Iwajowa, you will be here and you see the plate number of vehicles that are on the road needed. That is the level of
So that's what the governor of Oyo State said about the aircraft recently purchased to aid in security of lives and property in Oyo State. Moving on from that, we're going to travel to Ondo together. This is from Sahara Reporters. Southwest Corps Amotekun arrests 34 suspected criminals in Ondo, patrols boarding schools. The Ondo State Security Network Agency, Amotekun, has arrested 34 suspected criminals across the 18 local government areas of the state as part of its intensified end-of-year security operations. Parading 16 of the suspects on Tuesday at the Corps headquarters in Akure, the commander of the agency, Adetunji Adeleye, said the arrests were made under a statewide surveillance and patrol initiative known as Operation Lewonjade, correct, Tiwansi Konga. I kind of like that. Operation Lewonjade, Operation Flush Them Out. Adeleye said, quote, "We are parading 16 suspects as an offshoot of the Operation Lewonjade currently going on in Ondo State. These 16 suspects consist of 10 who broke the law and order, 3 for kidnapping, and 3 for anti-grazing penalties." End of quote. He added that the operation, which is being carried out across all 18 LGAs, has significantly helped to drive away miscreants, bandits, kidnappers from our forests, while the agency's 24-hour metropolitan patrols have yielded tremendous results. According to him, the total number of arrests in the last week is 34. Out of the 34, we are parading 16. Let me read a few more things here. Adeleye disclosed that among the suspects were a group allegedly specializing in vandalizing government properties using heavy welding equipment to cut and sell stolen materials. He also listed several individuals arrested for kidnapping and related offenses. Other suspects, we equally have 3 suspected kidnappers who were arrested in the course of carrying out such nefarious activities. He said, other suspects include Abubakar, 24, arrested in Ogbese for violating the anti-grazing law, Usman, arrested for stealing a drilling machine, Olamiju, 35, arrested as a suspected kidnapper, and Udofia and Miracle, also arrested for kidnapping at Agbaje Camp, Aladada, in Akure North local government area. This is good. And our governors should continue to do this to ensure that our space, our region is secure. But you see, while folks in the East were doing their own thing and the people in the West were doing their own thing, Zamfara said decided to wow all of us. They did something fantastically interesting a couple of days ago. Take a listen.
The wife of Zamfara State Governor Horera Lawan, who is the ambassador of Zakat and Endowment Board, described the initiative as collective commitment to supporting the state's most vulnerable families. She emphasized that supporting newly married orphans with household items, settling their debts, and providing business startup opportunities will help them make sound financial decisions and open pathways for personal and economic growth.
This occasion highlights our collective commitment to supporting the most vulnerable in our communities: widows, orphans, needy families, and all those who require assistance to live with dignity. Under the administration of His Excellency, Governor Dauda Lawan, our state continues to prioritize the welfare programs that uplift our people and reduce hardship.
We married out 200 couples, 100 women and 100 men. So this one is part of the efforts and what the executive governor of Zamfara State, Dauda Lawal, is insisting, and that is why he is calling his government government of rescue, so that we can reduce the poverty in the state.
The ceremony concluded with presentations of household furniture to the newly wedded couples as beneficiaries expressed appreciation to the Governor Dauda Lawal for continued support towards vulnerable groups across the state. Damina Yusuf, AIT News.
We were just speaking English for the South. Nobody cares for anything. Mass wedding. Now waiting, got to come in here. To be fair, I mean, we have different priorities apparently, but it is what it is. They marry people, 200 in this wonderful, I mean, it is well. I'm sure you can make of that what. It's just quite interesting, the priorities that people have, states have in Nigeria. You know, be fruitful and multiply. Adeji says wedding as a service. Yeah, just software. Anyway, let's move away from that. Good news. NNPC announced 5.4 trillion naira profit after tax, the highest in its history. 5.4 trillion. What is happening? What's happening? 5.4 trillion. I'm going to read the press release from NNPC. You know what? Let's go to the website so that you can read everything. Wow, this is good news. NNPC Limited declares 5.4 trillion profit after tax as Ojulari pledges strategic investments to sustain growth into next decade. Excuse me. NNPC Limited has announced its financial performance for the full year ended 2024, reporting a profit after tax of 5.4 trillion naira on revenue of 45.1 trillion naira. The results shared during its earnings call with, I'll take that again. The results shared during its earnings call with analysts underscore a year of strong operational delivery. Building on this performance, the company unveiled a strategic roadmap to drive sustained growth and support Nigeria's energy transition through 2030. The plan prioritizes increased oil and gas production and outlines a $60 billion investment pipeline across the energy value chain. Here's the 2024 financial highlights. NNPC Limited's results demonstrate strengthened financial resilience and enhanced operational efficiency. Revenue 45.1 trillion naira, 88% year-on-year growth. Profit after tax 5.4 trillion naira, 64% year-on-year growth. Earnings per share 27 naira and 7 kobo, 64% year-on-year growth. The earnings highlight the positive momentum of our ongoing transformation and the unwavering commitment of our workforce, said Bashir Bayo Ojulari, Group Chief Executive Officer. They offer a solid foundation for the ambitious growth ahead, in line with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's mandate, and we affirm our commitment to delivering value to Nigerians. That's beautiful news, and we're happy with that. We're rounding up the news. Lagos. The governor of Lagos State presented $4 trillion naira budget. 4 trillion. It's actually 4 trillion 237 billion 100. I'll take that again. 4 trillion 237 billion 107 million 9,308 naira. That's the budget for the year 2026. Total revenue is 3 trillion 993 billion 704 million 552,141. Then they have deficits of 243 billion 332 million and so on and so forth. So they're looking at 874 trillion 874 billion naira federal transfer. Then IGR will be 3 trillion 119 billion 774 million 552,141 naira. Capital expenditure will be 52% and recurrent expenditure 48%. So that's that about Lagos State budget for 2026. This year's budget was actually 3.367 trillion. And now they're going up to 4.2, almost 1 trillion more than 2025 budget. I'd like to listen to the governor, and we'll move on to other things. Please take a listen.
Year 2026 proposal of the Lagos State budget, which will cap the budget of shared prosperity. The year 2026 budget is proposed at a total size of 4,307,9,308 naira.
All right, that's that about the budget. The governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, was also, dear Lord, sorry, there's a video I wanted to play of him speaking at Odua. Yeah, it's here. I won't be now. Yeah, it's here. Odua Investment Company Limited. I mean, as you know, the company is owned by 6 states: Lagos, Oyo, Osun, Ogun, Ondo, and Lagos, Oyo, Osun, Ogun, Ondo, and Ekiti states. So they had a meeting. I mean, they had this conversation during the Southwest Governors Forum that they had a couple of days ago. So this is what the governor of Lagos State said at that forum. Take a listen, please.
Also took a report for Odua Investment, and the forum commends the board and management of Odua Investment for continuously turning and exceeding their budgets in terms of their revenue plans, and we want to ask them to continue to do that. On a final note, the forum enjoins all Southwest people to remain united, to remain committed to the peace that exists within our region.
All right. It's lovely to see the growth that we're experiencing in the Southwest, and we should keep it this way. We're praying that God will help our leaders and also help us to contribute our quota. All right, that's that about the news. But before we go, a number of videos were, I mean, people usually send me videos, which I appreciate. And a number of videos were sent to me in the past few days. But and we've listened to some of them. But this particular one, I want to talk about it. Where we say Pari or of Katobos and topic only. So there's a lady from the north who has been speaking up about, you know, Igbos and stuff for a while, and this other lady who is from the east, who is always saying her own version of truth, or maybe I should say her idea of what the truth is, which is usually not the truth. Anyway, she decided to respond to the northern lady, and then she just went on and rewrote history. I'm going to play what she said. If I'm able to, we'll listen to everything and then I'll respond. If not, we'll probably be breaking it because most of what she's saying is arrant nonsense. And the purpose of this, purpose of her video is to appeal to your emotions. But I can assure you, a life will am. But we'll talk about it before we move on to other things. Once we're done with this, I'll bring people up, and then afterwards we'll go to today's topic, the introduction of a new series, the evolution of Christianity in Yorubaland. But let's take a listen to this lady. She calls herself Lolo, and more listen.
Hello, Nigerians. My attention has been drawn on a young Hausa Muslim lady. I don't know her name, and I think she is so excited about Nigerian history. And I'm not going to condemn her because she's too young for the information she's giving out. So it's obvious that she was brainwashed, she was lied to. So I'm here to address
the person talking. How old is she? She never reached 60. All this, you're too young, you're too young. If you're able to study these things very well, and you have common sense, and you study across board, you will know what happened. Age doesn't confer wisdom on anybody. I mean, some of us are not that young, but it's not even about age, right? It's about being able to actually listen to all sides and know what happened. Because this one, that yes, she may be older than the Hausa lady, but what she's about to say, just take a listen.
Let her, and then give her the real history, the real gist about Nigerians, because the youth now have gone on rampage. They say they want to take back this country and they want to fix Nigeria to be a working nation like every other nation. So I think a young woman like her should be towing that path. But since she has some informations, false informations, I'm here to educate her. Now, she specifically said it was troublesome. Igbos are the ones trying to divide Nigeria and the rest of it. Now, my young lady, it was Igbos that work for the unity of Nigeria. In fact, Igbos played a strong part in the amalgamation. Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe spearheaded it. Even the Yorubas did not just like it. It was Igbos that work for the unity of Nigeria. In fact, Igbos played a strong part in the amalgamation. Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe spearheaded it. Even the Yorubas did not just like it. Outside.
Wait, though. Azikiwe was born in 1904. Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe was born in 1904. The amalgamation took place in 1914, so he was 10 years old. Papa Awo was born in 1909, so he was only 5 years old at the time. So, when did Zik, Awo, and the Hausa sit down to discuss amalgamation? Hell! Tufiakwa. It's going to be a long one. Let's continue. We'll go back just a bit. Kobale makes sense. Okay. Amalgamation.
But since she has some informations, false informations, I'm here to educate her. Now, she specifically said it was troublesome. Igbos are the ones trying to divide Nigeria and the rest of it. Now, my young lady, it was Igbos that work for the unity of Nigeria. In fact, Igbos played a strong part in the amalgamation. Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe spearheaded it. Even the Yorubas did not just like it. Hausas did not. It took Zik a lot of, time to convince the Hausas on this Nigerian nation, and then
Zik did not convince anybody of anything about nation. The only time that Zik had to convince the Hausas was when the Hausas wanted to secede, and that was in the 50s before independence, and they had a session in Yaba, and Zik gave a speech in Yaba. And he was telling them that, oh, if you go, you'll be landlocked. You will have a problem with sea. Kiniko. No, it's not secession clause. It has not. It wasn't about secession clause. This was even about the fact. This was before the London conference. The North wanted to secede, and they was telling them why they should not secede. Zik had no business. Zik was not the one that even moved the motion for independence. It was Anthony Nauro representing Action Group. He said Awolowo did not like unity. Really? Number one, this amalgamation nonsense that she even said has spoiled everything, because there is no way any of them was there when they were having conversations in 1914. That's a fact. But that Zik did something that everybody did not do, it's just rubbish. But oh boy, I'm already tired listening to this, but let's just continue. May not be like say we have to finish what we started, so let's finish it.
For those of you who are saying Igbos are domineering, Igbos are greedy, Zik ceded the prime minister to Tafawa Balewa and accepted to be just a ceremonial president.
Zik did not cede the prime minister position to Tafawa Balewa and agreed and accepted to just be a ceremonial president. No. 1,000 times no. Zik couldn't make that decision. The decision was made for Zik. Zik didn't decide that thing. It didn't. Let's talk some history. 1955. It came out that, and the person who helped us actually know about what was happening was Eyoita, What we discovered was, or what the nation discovered in 1955, was that Zik had been essentially pilfering, taking money that belonged to the Eastern Region Marketing Board, funneling it into the African Continental Bank, his own bank, using that money to fund his businesses. And by 55, they discovered that the business was already essentially bankrupt. It couldn't pay the money back. At that time, the money was already £877,000. The matter went all the way to House of Lords in the UK. And then there's something called Foster Sutton Tribunal that was put together to actually get to the root of the matter. And they discovered that Baba don't smash money. I don't even know how to speak PG very well. The man has misappropriated funds. Someone said, is this your version of history, Prof? No, it's not my version of history. No. I don't want to do... So I discovered that if I play everything to the end, I'll not be able to respond to everything she's saying. So let me just read this way. Zik, right, was going... There's actually a plan between Action Group and NCNC, Awo and Zik, in 1959. What happened in 55, and then there was a House of Lords. I have the document here, they answered in 1956, and then there was Foster Sutton Tribunal, right? And by 59, AG and NCNC, that's Awo and Zik, were supposed to work together, and the plan was for Zik. The plan was for Zik to be Prime Minister and Awo to be Minister of Finance. That was the plan. Because it's not today's topic, that's the only reason I'm not going to be opening books. But if you want me to tell you books, I'll tell you. If you read the answer, I already mentioned Answered, is online, by the way. The Answered is online. You can literally read everything about the case there, right? If you read A Fatherless People by Dele Ogun, it's right there. So what happened was this. While the Western Region, or the Action Group, AWO, had the plan with Zik, and they were like, okay, this 59, we're going to make this happen. By the way, every single time there was an alliance between the East and the West after 1951. After 1953. Every time we have had an alliance had been at the instance of the West. In 1953, the first time there was going to be a partnership was at the instance of Zik himself, when he went out of the House of Representatives building to talk to Action Group members who had walked out of the parliament because of the case that had to do with independence. Chief Anthony Nauro had moved the motion for independence in 1956. The North said as soon as practicable it became, whatever. The Action Group delegation walked out. Part of NCNC remained, another group walked out. When they walked out, they had a conversation with AG. That was the first time they had an alliance. That was in 1953. 59 was at the instance of the Yoruba, the Action Group. Only for them to discover, they had gone, according to some reports, gone to Asaba, hoping to have a meeting and to discuss, finalize what was going to happen, Action Group and NCNC alliance. Only for them to discover that Zik had gone to work with the North. But why did he do that? Now, there's a report by a man called Harold Smith, who was a British colonial officer, got to Nigeria in 1955. Excuse me. Some of his statements are in the book I mentioned earlier, A Fatherless People by Dele Ogun. And he mentioned that because of the case that Zik had, having misappropriated £877,000 in 1955, they told him he would go to prison. He had only one option, that is to work with the North. Now, I said all I said before I mentioned this because people have also taken that out of context and say, oh, Oyinbo's cajoled Zik to work with the North. They would not have been able to do that if he had not stolen money. He misappropriated funds. The British got him to work with the North. And that's how he became ceremonial president. And guess what? I think I should play a video. We're going to come back to this. It should not be sweet like that if I don't play this video. Give me a second. I want to play something from Arrow Smith himself. That's the colonial officer. He granted an interview and he said something on this matter. He was there, by the way. So I think we should listen to him. He wasn't just there on the road, though. He was representing the interests of Britain. Take a listen, please.
The British government wanted the North in alliance with either of the southern region, either with the Yorubas or with the Igbos.
But
without which they cannot
they can't do it this
rule the country.
The problem was that Awolowo was a highly principled man.
Okay.
You didn't talk to Awolowo about squalid deals and fixing things. Awolowo was not that kind of person. If you read his books, this man was a world statesman. And his young lieutenant, Chief Enaharo, was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. However, they did do a deal with Zik, Dr. Azikiwe, from the East. Dr. Azikiwe, there was this big problem in Nigeria. It's the same big problem in America and in Britain. How do you get funds to fight elections? The candidates in Nigeria had no money, but they did have marketing boards, which were a kind of semi-nationalized industry. And they borrowed money from the marketing boards. But there was a suspicion that Dr. Azikiwe, who has formed his own bank, the African Continental Bank, was actually bankrupt. But he was borrowing very large sums of money from the marketing boards and not necessarily repaying the loans. We knew this. We had a great secret service. All the politicians' phones were tapped. All the politicians' mail. Any major politician did in Nigeria, we knew in hours. We watched. We knew all that was going on.
Are you saying, in essence, that Dr. Azikiwe took money?
He was blackmailed by the British to do our bidding. We told Dr. Azikiwe that he could go to prison if an inquiry was carried out into his bank and his financial circumstances. However, we would not want to be vindictive if Dr. Azikiwe was cooperative in helping forward the plans that we had made in the best interests of Nigeria. Dr. Azikiwe has nothing in common with the northern politicians. He loathed the northern politicians. But Dr. Azikiwe went north and did as he was told. And what he was promised was this: the real power, effective power, would be in the hands of the northern emirs. However, it would look great if the president was Dr. Azikiwe and he was given a field marshal's uniform and an admiral's uniform. He asked, please, could he have a row of medals? But they said, well, no, that was a bit difficult, to get the medals. So when the ambassadors started arriving, he was known to be asking people from foreign countries, perhaps they had a medal for his uniform. We thought this was terrible, but it was said that this happened. He was very vain. And for a time, he functioned as first the Governor General, and then when Nigeria became a republic, as the president. But he had no power. And when he did try to tell the army, he said, I'm the field marshal, the army has got to do with this. They said, hey, you're just a ceremonial figure. You have no power.
Someone said, so Zik was a puppet and was made so due to his criminality. You could say that. I'll read some things from the First Assault Tribunal. from the Foster Sutton Commission of Inquiry report. We're going to have another session to discuss this whole thing, right? But here's something from that tribunal. This is from Cambridge University Press, by the way. It says, the tribunal concluded Azikiwe's conduct, quote, fell short of the expectations of honest, reasonable people, end of quote. The Eastern region had placed large sums in 1955, reportedly £877,000, funds from marketing board reserves into the bank via the region's finance corporation. The ACB extended favorable loans to companies controlled by Azikiwe's group at low interest, with repayments deferred until much later, even though ACB, African Continental Bank, was financially unstable. The pattern suggested a serious conflict of interest. A public official, who is the premier of the region, effectively using his public position to channel public funds into a private institution in which he had personal interest, and now use that money from that private institution to fund his own private businesses. Contrary to accepted standards of public office is equal to public trust. However, and this is important, while the tribunal condemned the conduct as below the standard expected of honest, reasonable people, it did not impose criminal or legal sanctions against Azikiwe. Why? Because of what Aaron Smith just said. So the idea that Zik was like, oh, I'm a statesman, I don't want to be a premier. You be the premier. I'm just going to be this ceremonial president. After all, what are friends for? That's nonsense. It did not happen. Let's go back to the lady talking, whatever she's saying. But we'll be stopping and playing. Someone might say, why you guys, you just want to hear what she has to say. Don't worry, you hear what she has to say. It's just important to be stopping and, you know. But let's continue now.
Time to convince the Hausas on this Nigerian nation. And then for those of you who are saying Igbos are domineering, Igbos are greedy, Zik seated the prime minister to Tafawa Balewa and accepted to be just a ceremonial president. So it shows the quality of Igbos. The rebellious one was Awolowo, who contested for the Senate and did not win. So he became rebellious from then.
This girl doesn't have sense. Listen, anybody that insults Yoruba elders, particularly Awo, as far as I'm concerned, they are stupid. I don't care how old they are. They could be 75. They'll still be stupid to me. Anything that makes you say nonsense about Awo, no, you're stupid. I don't care. But let's even respond to what she says. So that he tried to go to Senate and he didn't win. That's nonsense. He clearly won. He went to go to the federal parliament and he won. And guess what? He became leader of the opposition in parliament up until the time he was sent to prison. He won. What did he not win? What he did not win was the slot to become prime minister. Why? Because they couldn't constitute the majority. This is why I say fools grow old though. What's with this nonsense? I always the one that was the condescending tone with somebody that you could never, your fathers could not lace his shoes. Your grandfathers could not lace his shoes. Then you now come and lie again, say he didn't win. He won. He was in parliament and he was the leader of opposition. But you wouldn't know. Instead of you to be reading books, you'll be listening to Radio Biafra.
Now, what actually caused the war, my young lady, is Awolowo that caused that war, because he was so restless when he couldn't win the Senate, and when there was an election in the southwestern region, I think Zik won and he rebelled. Do you know that Awolowo was the first?
Jesus is Lord. Is there a school for stupidity in the southeast? Zik won. Where? When? Zik's winning was in 1954. What you are discussing is happening in 1962. Jesus is Lord. Zik did not even win more than his own seat. And he was trying to become the leader of business government and he lost. Just like you guys will keep losing anything else to the federal government. It's the truth, by the way. Someone said Zik won before the war now. Which seats did Zik win before the war? In the East? He didn't even run for any seats after he became premier. He was premier from 54 to 59. Then he went to federal. He went to become president, and that was it. Zik never ran for any elective office after that. After then, the last time Zik was elected he was elected in 51, and he won, by the way, Yorubaland, and then went to Ibadan to represent Lagos. And then when he could not, then he wanted to become the leader of government business, and he did not do it. He couldn't win. And so what did he do? He moved back to his base in the East, and then he became premier in 54. He didn't have to run for any office. 59, he could have, but then again, yeah, we listened to Aaron Smith. Aaron Smith tells us, you know, what happened, and someone, yes, until 79. And guess what? What he did in 59, he repeated in 79. Awolowo still initiated, you know, this pact. By the way, there's a book, Nigeria on the Keg of Gunpowder, by Victor Taiwo, that talks about the fact that he said he wasn't going to even run in 79. At the time, in 1979, Zik was 75 years old. You know, because we talk about these people, it's about to be mentioning, he was 75 years old. So he said he wasn't going to run, he was going to be the statesman. Then he changed his mind and said the old man that said King Kong young man, he did one parable. Then eventually ran as the NNA presidential candidate. As Awolowo had, you know, talked about alliance with NNA, UPN and NNA, he broke that agreement just like they did in 59, 20 years after the same thing, every single time. That's why when I hear all this nonsense about Southern Alliance, you must be very, very ignorant to think that you can have an alliance with the Southeast and then you can do something. It's not because they are bad people. It's just because they have a different mindset and they have a different, you know, goal, which is okay. I'm not saying you should change your goal. I'm just saying that based on what you are and who you are and your goals, I can't work with you. Every single time there was going to be an alliance between the West and the East, now the West go say more do am, now the East go break am. Now the East go come, they cry all over the world, say they don't betray me. Now you betray people. Oh. More continue. I don't know how many minutes I don't take listen to this 5 minutes video, but okay, it's 5 minutes 54 seconds. Let's continue.
Person to go to prison for treason in this country, not an Igbo man. It was a Yoruba man, the first person to go to prison for treason, and he was in that treason and coerced his own people.
Did he go to prison for treason? Yes. How did? I know what, one of these days, I think we should do a session on that thing because there's a lot of nonsense. Let me recommend 2 books on this treason issue. There are many books. 3. We should have a session on this treason thing. And what happened with Justice Showemimo and the exact words he uttered, just like we can talk about what, you know, they said with their guy. Chief Awolowo, The Political Moses by Odugua. My March Through Prison, Adventures in Power, Book 1 by Awolowo himself. And then Chief Awolowo, The End of an Era. We're going to read those books at some point so we can discuss it. But it is true that Awolowo went to prison on treasonable charges, on treasonable felony. What she will not mention, because it's not like she's that smart. What she doesn't know is the fact that it was engineered. And let me say something. There's another book called Adventures in Power, Book 2, Travails of Democracy and Rule of Law. I will say this. As at 1961, Akintola was already pushing the idea that Awo was planning to upturn the government. And that's why you discover that the idea that they just came and said, oh, he did it, they set it up for over a year. When they had the Just Congress, that was the first time that thing came out. And came out from Akintola. When we have the session, we'll talk about it. It was a setup. You couldn't say this is what he did or what he said. That's why when I saw Aloy Ejimako, I don't know what kind of gut you would have in your life to compare Awo and your Kanu. That's Ibo. You couldn't say what he said You could say we heard this, we heard that, but nothing concrete. But the accusation began long before. I mean, it was so bad that in 1961, Awo had to do this thing where they called the leaders of Yoruba people, including Obade Soja Deremi, and they had Akintola, in that meeting. And Awo said, "This is what he has been saying." And then he started saying he didn't really say it. Then they called the other two people that he had told those things, and then they said he didn't really tell us. And eventually used it against him in '62. It was a setup, and we have evidence. Not all this your rubbish that you're saying. We have evidence. It's not there. It did not happen. But did he go as prison? Yes, it did. But guess what? While the length she's about to say right now will make me spend some time discussing this thing. Am I being okay? But let's listen to. I'll just go back a little bit. Take a listen, please.
In this country, not an Igbo man. It was a Yoruba man, the first person to go to prison for treason. And he was in that treason and coerced his own people to carry out coup so that he can come out. And some young Yoruba soldiers convinced Igbo soldiers. And of course, in their way and manner, they deceived Chukwuma Nzogu to lead that coup, which he did.
This is insanity. Anybody that knows that should tell her, this is insanity. This is insanity. Number one, there's no way on God's own earth that the man was planning a coup from a queue. She's called a queue. Queue call. Line a queue from Calabar prison. The people who planned the coup never. 200 people were interrogated in April of 1966. Between January and April of 66, a document was published. Not in April, by the way. The document came out maybe about 20 or so years ago. It was declassified. It's called the Special Branch Report, April 1966. Not once did they mention Awo. All of them, interrogation of 200. And the ones who wrote books did not even mention Awo in that light. And I'm going to tell you what they said. Because this lot will always mention Adewale Ademuyiga, go and read why we struck. They have never read that book. They only mentioned that book because the person that wrote it is Yoruba. So let's break this thing down. Number one, he said he was in prison when he was planning it. Ask her for what's this? What do they call this? Ask her for proof. She'll tell you, I don't feel like give you. The proof of liars and propagandists from the Southeast, and this has been the case since the 40s, is always, I don't feel like give you. They have nothing of this, it's just nonsense. There's no proof that happened. He said he convinced Yoruba officers. So I want to ask if hear the names and let me know if these names are Yoruba. Don Okafor, Emmanuel Fajuna, Ogbo Oji. Are those the Yoruba people that called Nzogu to go and start a coup? If you read the Special Branch Report of April 66, in August of 1965, that was when they began to plan this coup, and there were 3 people who started the planning. August 65. By the way, that was about a year after Ojuku's coup was quelled. Ojukwu and Azikiwe were going to have the coup in 64. And you can find that in Sheikh Shagari's book, where I talked about what Azikiwe was trying to do, but it didn't really go deep. If you want to go deep, you have to read David Edger's book, Reminiscences, and then you put that together with Emeka by Frederick Forsyth. That was Ojuku's coup in 64 that somehow Webi Everett was able to stop. 65, those 3, Emmanuel Fajuna, Don Okafor and Ogbo Oji started planning the coup and began to get people to work with them. So they recruited a number of people. They recruited Humphrey Chukwuka. Then they recruited Chris Anufuro. Then Chris brought in Nzogu around October. Then Nzogu brought in Ademuyiga around ending of October to beginning of November. So the idea that Yoruba people got Nzogu to organize a coup is only insanity. You have to be very stupid and be mad to say that. Because not only is it a lie, it has no basis in reality. You had 6 people planning this thing, and 5 of them were Igbos. And guess what? They were happy to do it, and the Igbo people celebrated that coup as their own after Ironsi became the head of state. And you see it in books by Shehu Shagari, Bekon to Serve. You see it in tragedy. What's that word? No. The Tragedy of Victory by Godwalabi Sama, and The Origins of the Civil War by Azikiwe. They were glad to say it was their own coup, and it worked. Then they said, number one, I don't know how Awo in prison is able to get this. Number one, there are no Yoruba people to even fight this stuff. The Yoruba people that got involved in it, if you read the book, 11:40 p.m. on the D-Day. And if you read the book that they're always telling you to go and read, please, Yoruba, please read that book. You should read the book, because it's not only lie they get the inside this word. Adewale Ademoyiga said all of them did not know what they were there for, and that is also confirmed by Bengbule in his book Nigeria's 5 Majors. And Bengbule is Igbo. Then he said that Ola was going to become head of state. Now that's stupid, because a person is in prison. The book that everybody is always talking about, Why We Struck, the man said they plan to release Awo from prison. That's where he stopped. And then he said that the government they wanted to run was going to be a military government. It wasn't about civilians. It was going to be military government, and they plan to create 14 states in Nigeria, 7 in the north, 7 in the south. That's in his book. So what he wrote was that they're going to release Awo from prison in Calabar. However, when you read Special Branch Report of 66, it turns out that there was no plan for Calabar at all. Which means that the Yoruba man was brought in with this fine stuff about, we're going to release Awo because a prisoner of conscience. But there was no plan. I've said it several times. There were 5 capitals in Nigeria in 1960, 4 capitals in Nigeria in 1960. What am I saying? Are we? This is okay. 66. Are we? There were 5 capitals in 66 because there were 4 regions. There were 5 capitals in 1966, and there was one place of interest. The 5 capitals were Lagos, Ibadan, Kaduna, Enugu, and Benin. One place of interest was Calabar. Of all those 6 places, they only planned for 3. Lagos, Ibadan, and Kaduna. That was it. They had no plans for Enugu, had no plans for Benin, and definitely had no plans for Calabar. The man was supposed to take the helicopter, the chopper, to go and take Awo from prison. Sunday was not available the day before. The one that was supposed to go to Enugu did not leave Lagos until evening. If you allow these people lie to you, it's your fault. And the reason people have been quiet for Igbos because they suffered. You cannot use, we can't be doing trauma bonding. If you suffered or suffer for real, you can't use your suffering as a cover to perpetuate lies about others. And I've said it before. Anybody that is, I've seen some people say that thing, because if you say anything against Awo, you are nothing to me. This one may as well be a knot. Let's listen to a few more things.
And then that coup was actually to release Awolowo from prison and make him president so that we can have peace. But eventually it was foiled.
Also, the idea that the coup was put together to make America president, to make Awolowo president, was first published by none other than the Eastern Region newspaper in 1967, 1 year after the fact. 1.5 years, as a matter of fact. 1.5 years after the fact, that was when the Eastern Region decided to tell the whole world, Eastern Region government paper, that the reason they did this thing was because they wanted to release Awolowo and make him president. Nobody ever said that. These people cannot make progress because there's no way you are lying like this. It's just a bunch of retards. Like, you can't be saying this thing about Awo, especially when it's a lie. If it's the truth now, it's say, okay, what happened? We are sorry. But, like I say, it is what it is.
And now, who fought the coup? Two Igbo men, Ojukwu and Agui Ironsi. Now, if they are so desperate, Agui Ironsi would have supported the coup and become president.
Agui Ironsi supported the coup and he became head of state. That's the point. Agui Ironsi was in on the coup, not the coup, or not so that she said. Agui Ironsi was literally in on it. He knew what was going on. All you have to do is open your eyes and read. Q. Go on, the biography of a soldier statesman by J. Samuel Lagu. Mention exactly what the man said. Agui Ironsi. Tragedy Without Heroes by Larry Njoku, the first commander of Biafra military. He told us what he said. David Ejo wrote reminiscences. We saw what he did on the morning of January 16 or January 15. Don't come and be talking nonsense. Nigeria's 5 majors by Ben Bule. We saw how he escaped death. It was planned work. And then he mentioned Ojukwu for the coup. Ojukwu that knew about the coup, that was sitting on the fence. Whichever one that works for him, he will just join. Himself, Madebo, Obienu. Obienu was Abeokuta. Obienu was supposed to bring the tank that they were going to use in Lagos. He now changed his mind suddenly. Then 2 days later, he was the one arresting them, and then he was the hero. You guys are not serious. This person is old, you know, but fools grow old.
And possibly kill all the northern high officers.
But that's literally what happened. How many officers did the West have in 1966? 6. We lost 2. How many officers did the North have in 1966? They had 5. They lost 4. Leaving only Gowon. So what kind of nonsense is this? Oh, if they really wanted power, they would have killed all the Northern officers. That's literally what you did. You killed all of them. Lagema, Pam, Memalari, Kerr Mohammed. Those 4 were killed. Those were the Northerners. 4 out of 5, leaving only Gowon. That's why Gowon was made the head of state in July. Well, in August 1, after the July coup. July counter coup of the North. They said, you know what, it has to be a Northerner. So they chose the most senior Northern officer, the only one that was remaining. And the only reason they did not kill Gowon was because he came back the day before. He literally just arrived from the ship. He was on a ship, arrived with his girlfriend Edith, and then they met the man who was telling them that nobody knows tomorrow. You know, see, you killed all of them. Yoruba people had 6. You killed Ademulegun and Rapshode Inde, and Ademulegun's wife, 8 months pregnant, killed. The Yoruba officers who were not killed were the people who were not around. The only one who was around, right, was the one who was the one. Sorry, tautology. The only one that was around was the person who was going everywhere to make sure that everybody supported Ironsi, Victor Banjo. And what happened to him on Monday? He was running around on the 15th Saturday and 16th Sunday. Oga becomes head of state on the 16th on a Sunday. By Monday the 17th, he had Victor Banjo arrested. The evil your fathers did, man. The fathers have eaten sour grapes. These children's teeth are set on the edge. And instead of you to find a way to fix it, now lie they lie. That's why you can't be delivered. See, if they really want power, Gowon would have, Ironsi would have supported the coup and have become the head of state. That's actually what happened. He supported it. He said they didn't say they were going to kill anybody. Who told us that? Hilary Njoku. And he mentioned who was in the room. There were 3 people that had 3 different versions. Almost the same version of what happened on that morning of 16th of what I keep saying 16th, morning of 15th January. Hilary Njoku, the first commander of Biafra Biafran army. He said, Ironsi said, but he didn't say they were going to kill anybody. He knew. And he said as soon as he said it, Gowon looked at him, Njoku, and thought that he knew what happened. But Njoku claimed he did not know, but Gowon did not care because he never spoke to him about it anymore. And Gowon told us what he said the night before. What's all these nonsense lies that you're lying all over the place? Then you said if they really wanted power, they would have killed all the northern officers. You literally killed 4 out of 5. What's the percentage? 80%. And you became head of state. I don't know what drug they are giving people in the Southeast, but it's affecting their ability to reason or more.
My young lady, you are not well informed. And that is why some young Yoruba soldiers convinced Igbo soldiers. And of course, in their way and manner, they deceived Chukwumanzogu to lead that coup, which he did. And then that coup was actually to release Awolowo from prison and make him president so that you can have peace. But eventually it was foiled. And now who foiled the coup? 2 Igbo men, Ojukwu and Agui Ironsi. Now, if they are so desperate, Agui Ironsi would have supported the coup and become president, and possibly kill all the northern
that's what he did.
high officers. So for you to know, my young lady, you are not well informed, and that is why they refuse to teach you history in school, and that is why I'm not.
Shema, this one then teach history. Ignorant person, they tell another person, say the person they ignorant. It's only Q. Okay, it's okay, be Obuko. You are saying somebody is ignorant. You are ignorant as well now. You are Q that you are lying to everybody.
Angry with you because you are not informed, because they have built this country on propaganda and lies, and they have fed Hausa youths and Yoruba youths with propaganda and lies that cause the resentment over a tribe, the most peaceful, a tribe that has held this country together, if you ask me. Okay, now, after the coup was failed and Agui Ironsi took over, some northern young militaries also...
I beg you. Coup was not foiled. The coup was 3-pronged. Number 1 was to have a revolutionary coup. That revolutionary coup was a cover, spearheaded by people like Nzogu and Adewale Ademoyega. They were revolutionaries. The real coup was ethnic. And the reason for that coup was 2. They had 2 plans. Number 1 was to ensure that Kingsley Mbadiwe became the prime minister. So we would have Igbo president, Igbo Senate president, and Igbo prime minister. Then Igbo GOC, because all of us are Igbo Lawase. And if that did not work, then you had an Igbo head of state. That was the plan, and it worked. So when you hear this thing about he quelled the coup, he didn't quell any coup. He just switched to the next level. It's like you're watching, what's the name of this movie? 24. You watch 24, Abi? How many of you have seen 24? You know 24? Jack Bauer. Once you get to the climax, something else will just happen. Where then they go, they know where then they go. It's not like one ended, they know that everything is part of the plan. And it's a plan that did not start in 66. It's a plan that started in 1944. And this one is saying that people are ignorant. It's actually funny how ignorant people tell others that those ones are ignorant. But let's continue.
They contact you and kill that you don't see, and over how many Igbo generals, Igbo soldiers, these informations were killed. The only person we hear they kill is Agui Ironsi. We didn't get to hear the remaining soldiers of Igbo extraction that were killed. These things were buried. Now, after killing Agui Ironsi, which Gowon also helped to plan, you can see, so he took over government. And
Gowon did not help to plan the counter coup. Number 1, there were no Igbo generals that were killed. This is nonsense. There were officers where Igbos were killed. There were people where Igbo were killed. It's true and it's terrible. Over 200 of them. But guess what? It's called a counter coup. It's a retaliation for what happened in January. The one you did in January, you say is Yoruba because you don't have the capacity to bear responsibility. Apparently, that's your kryptonite. Then the one they are doing in July as retaliation for what happened in January, you are saying they just killed our people. They did not bury anything. Say they buried it. They didn't bury nothing. You don't see over 200 people lost their lives, and it's sad. It's what Yoruba people call king of fear, barakekere gbanla. If you decide to hit a person with a club, if you slap a person and decide to hit you with a club, I mean, next time don't slap people anyhow. I mean, shouldn't have hit you with the club, but you to use your brain. Why are you slapping people? But you can't even take responsibility for the slap because for you, nobody. They used my hand. My hand was not there. That's the spirit that they put inside these clowns. Yakubu Gowon did not plan that coup. He knew about it, but he did not plan it. And he definitely was not going to be the one to head it, unlike Agui Ronse. And that's why, in case, I'm sure a lot of people here know, for 3 days, Nigeria did not have a head of state. July 29 to August 1st, there was no head of state. 1966, Nigeria did not have a head of state. You can go and fact check. You can literally go and fact check. July 29 to August 1, Nigeria had no leader. What was happening in those 3 days? That's the question. They killed, I mean, this is sad, by the way. Nobody deserves to die that way. But let's not act as if, by the way, notice what she should start doing. She start appealing to your emotions going forward. She has been lying all the while, building it. Now she's getting to the climax. At this point, emotional argument, Lokun saying, just what, we'll get to that later. So I said, unfortunately, they killed Ironsi, which is terrible, by the way, and they also killed Fajui. But when they did it, the northern region was not planning to install Gowon. Guess what they were trying to do? They were trying to break up Nigeria. They called their Operation Araba. It was about secession. They wanted to have a Republic of the North. And interestingly, they commandeered 2 aircraft in Lagos to move people from Lagos to Kano. Their wives, their children to Kano. The ones who were on the foot, who were not in a plane, they told them to move to Ilorin. They were going to declare a Republic of the North. What happened between 29th July and 1st August really was that there was a high-powered delegation in Lagos. You had people like Adekunle Ademola, who was the Attorney General. You had people like Alhaji Salem, I think that's his name, was the IG of police. You had a number of, I'm seeing the picture of their names right now because I'm looking at the page. The page is in the book. Is the book here? I'm seeing the. I'm trying. I need to be able to make out the words I'm saying, but I can see it in my mind's eye. 1 second. Number. God bless you. Kamsalem. There were others. There was Ayu. Yes. There was Ayu. There was Kamsalem. There was Adekunle Ademola. There was Matthew Elbert, who was the American ambassador. Then there was a British High Commissioner. 1 second. Give me a second. I'm going to get up. I'm seeing it, but I have to be able to pronounce those names, or else I won't feel cool. Give me a second, please. Thank you very much for staying tuned. I'm going to read something to you. It's in this book. It's called Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. It's going to be very quick. Just... Okay. Good. Found it. At any rate, this is from Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. Let me go back just a bit. Two BOAC and Swiss Air VC-10 airliners, which they briefly, that's the coup plotters, they briefly commandeered on 29 July, each made one trip to Kano, conveying families of northern troops. Acting on advice, some few northern civilians, including senior civil servants, also packed their bags up north. But these were probably no more indicative of secessionist intention, any more than they were precautions to ensure it was actually secession. It was trying to shield northerners. They did it, and that's okay. At any rate, the rebels made their future intention apparent by asking Ogundipe on 29 July to surrender control to Gowon, but they did not prevail until the next day, following a number of intercessions, notably by a group of federal permanent secretaries and other public figures. Among the permanent secretaries were Alhaji Musa Dagash, that's the name I was thinking of, Abdulaziz Atta, Mr. Eche Ejoyiche, Yusuf Gobier, Mr. B.N. Okagwe, Ibrahim Damsida, Alisin A. Aida, and Philip Asiodu. There was also Saadatu Kumademola, the Federal Chief Justice, Alhaji Kam Salem, the Inspector General of Police, Sule Katagum, Chairman Federal Public Service Commission, and Mukhtar Tahir, a senior civil servant and intimate of Murtala Mohammed. By the way, Murtala Mohammed was actually the one who spearheaded that stuff. This Oga Gowon did not plan it with them. Then it says here, from Kaduna came Justice Mohammed Bello, a Northern High Court judge, and Alhaji Ali Akilu, the Chief Secretary to the Northern Group of Provinces and leader of its civil service. Sir Francis Cumming Bruce, the British High Commissioner, and Mr. Herbert Matthews, the United States Ambassador, also subsequently went to Ikeja to press Gowon to maintain the country's integrity. In the end, Gowon's leadership was accepted by a majority of the surviving members of the Supreme Military Council, thanks to informal consultations coordinated by Lieutenant Colonel Ejo, the military governor of the Midwestern Group of Provinces. On 1st August, Gowon accordingly assumed power as head of state and supreme commander. Those were the people that made sure Nigeria did not break between July 29 and August 1, 1966. But you know what you do if you really want to destroy people? You absolve yourself of any responsibility. By the way, if your people mess up, I will tell you. If we mess up, this is where we messed up. Why? So that we don't repeat the mistakes. But if you don't take responsibility for anything you ever do in your life, you can never grow. Whether as an individual or as a group, you always have people. By the way, there would not be. I don't want to make it. It's not a curse. There will never be a lack of agitators in the Southeast. And many of them are going to be violent. And the reason is not because people hate them, it's because they hear people like this. Oh, we did nothing. They hate us. They are doing because once the children hear this thing over, Kanu was not born during the war, neither was I. Kanu didn't know anything about the war. He didn't see it. He definitely hasn't read anything about it because he speaks very ignorantly. But I'm not surprised. Everybody is ignorant. I mean, it is well. He just says what he wants to say. But what he's saying is based on the things he has been told. Just like what she's saying. And guess what? The most educated people from the Southeast think exactly like this. Just regurgitate propaganda. The only thing they know is what they studied in school. Physics, chemistry, but history, nah lie. Nobody bothers to study it. Everything they say is what Radio Biafra told their fathers in the 60s. And I've said it here before. If you think I'm lying, read the Biafra's leaders, the Trial of Biafra's Leaders by Nelson Otta. I've read it here before. I don't want to read it tonight. The Radio Biafra people were lying to the people even when they were losing. And the people were busy celebrating. They will hear gunshots, artillery shell. And guess what they will say? They'll be like, those are Biafran scientists trying out their new inventions. Meanwhile, people are trying to bomb their place. But why are they celebrating in the streets? Because Radio Biafra told them that they're just having fun. They're just celebrating. They're testing out things. The people believe the nonsense. The people that will kill them are coming in. And when they die, they don't blame the people who lied to them. They blame those who came in. Ota called it mass hypnosis. How that thing has lasted since 1966 to 20, I mean tomorrow, next year will be 60 years, right? How it has lasted is something that should be studied. And I think I should read part of it. Someone said, do I know law? Walai, I don't know law. Who am I? Do you know law? Omotosho, show me the law. I'm going to be showing you the law. You know, Shokoto. Rubbish. Show me the law. Sorry, I'm shouting now. Let me read something to you from that book. I didn't want to open it before, but now we are here. This is public service work I'm doing now. This is Nelson Ota. Millions of the inmates of Ojuku's monolithic empire, monolith as in their Igbo, inmates as though they are in prison. Millions of the inmates of Ojuku's monolithic empire fed on nothing but the fanfaronade being dished out by Radio Biafra, and so still convinced that, quote unquote, no force in Black Africa could bring the Biafran empire down, and they were not listening either. The euphoria was too massive to allow either doubt or dissent. And that's why they call, what's his name? Lieutenant Colonel Banjo is a pessimist and coward. So he says here, Lieutenant Colonel Banjo, the pessimist and coward, could go on clocking all over the place like a fuzzy hen. Enugu, listen though, Enugu was still under this propaganda-induced mass hypnosis. That's what I was saying earlier. He called it mass hypnosis. Enugu was still under this propaganda-induced, by the way, Ota is not Yoruba. Enugu was still under this propaganda-induced mass hypnosis when the troops of the 2nd Division of the Federal Nigerian Army recaptured Benin from the secessionist troops on 20th September 1967. I'll jump to the part of T.Y. Danjuma. Things were no better for Ojukwu on the Nsukka front. It was in the same month of September that Major T.Y. Danjuma had issued to his troops an order of battle that read, quote unquote, quote, mission to capture Enugu by 1800 hours on D7, end of quote. When the 1800 hours struck, Major Danjuma and his troops started to advance rapidly towards Enugu. This was in the morning of 12th September 1967. Major Danjuma is still alive. Oh, that's still T.Y. Danjuma. Major Danjuma's advance brought him and his troops to such towns between Nsukka and Enugu as Akwebe, in which a young Nigerian intellectual, Major Christopher Okigbo, was killed after his battalion headquarters had been outflanked. Ikolo, Ogbede, Umulungbe, if I'm not pronouncing correctly, I apologize, I'm not Igbo. Ikolo, Ogbede, Umulungbe, and Okpatu. At this time, when Nigerian forces were advancing towards Enugu, at this time, Radio Biafra was still busy announcing the recapture of Nsukka and Okwe. Nobody said they just lose Nsukka. They're about to lose the very place they are sleeping in, the very bed that they're laying their heads on, and they're telling the world, not only are we safe, we don't recapture the place where we don't lose since. It says, at this time, Radio Biafra was still busy announcing the recapture of Nsukka and Okwe. This game of mass deception continued until the advancing federal troops, probably angered by the blatant lie-telling of the Enugu radio station, lumped over 2 artillery shells which fell within a few yards of the broadcasting studio and sent the broadcasters running. This incident took place in the morning of 26 September 1967. Your fathers listen to these clowns who were lying to them from radio. I should not believe you because you are crying over it. So that we can say we are one Nigeria. I respect your parents, but your parents didn't know what happened. They were told what happened, and the people that told them lied to them. And the job of sane people is to look for the truth, not to tell people to believe them, even if it's a lie. But that's for sane people. Within Enugu itself, events were marching furiously. Although the mass hypnosis, which was at the time very effective, was still obscuring realities. Men and women in the streets were telling themselves and their neighbors that there was no danger. That the artillery shells, which were then exploding with uncomfortable frequency, were new weapon systems being tested by Biafran scientists. In the very face of death, they were still saying, no, that's not they're just testing weapons. In the very face of death, they say, the thing where they throw inside Radio Biafra, where make people come out studio, you hear them for street, you say that your Biafra scientists, they try something. Why? Because you were told that there was no problem. This is not the worst of it, by the way. One day, if I have the time, I'm going to read some of the things from Okonkon Ndem, who was working in Radio Biafra at the time, and the rubbish lies he fed your people with. This is public service. I'm doing this sincerely because of young people that use social media. So that maybe one day, if they ever go online, if they ever come online to check anything, they will find an alternative to what you are saying, and then they will now be forced to go and check all the books I'm mentioning, and then they will find the truth, and they will heal, and then the region will make progress. Because going by this nonsense, you'll be like this for another generation, because now lie full am. So we should believe Radio Biafra because we are all one. No. Now let's go to the emotional part of the lady's argument. Take a listen, please.
You don't see. We didn't get to hear the remaining soldiers of Igbo extraction that were killed. These things were buried. Now, after killing Agu Yuronsi, which Gowon also helped to plan, you can see, so he took over government. And as if that was not enough, they went on rampage on the streets to kill innocent Southeasterners and Midwest. Now, when we talk about Igbo, I hope the rest of Nigerians understand who the Igbos are. The Igbos then, from Nigerian own perception, is the Southeast and Midwest. These are people that were termed Igbo. So, and they were the people that were killed during that genocide. And now we are beginning with what is going on now. We are beginning to know that that genocide wasn't actually genocide. It was actually a continuation of jihad. Because that killing ought not to have happened. And now let me educate you that during that genocide,
how was it a genocide? Sorry, how was it jihad? Was it genocide? Of course it was. People were killed because of their ethnicities. That's a terrible thing. Crazy stuff. Igbos were killed because they were Igbos. That's, nobody can even, controvert that. But how that thing can become jihad? You go somebody's house, kill him, papa. Can't they joke? They laugh the person. They tell the person, say, shut up. Now we own this place together. All of you, we don't deal with you. It's in this book. Should I read it? Shinemaganiku say now only Nzogu can bring sense, knock sense into them. Taunt them in their land. It was so bad. Northern Nigerian newspapers were saying, you've got to curb this thing, Igbos, in the north. Away from home, in motor parks, in secretariats. You taunted them for months. January, they didn't do anything, even though the killings of Sadauna happened in January. They didn't retaliate. February, they didn't do anything. March, nothing. April, nothing. It was in May that they got angry. And what made that happen? Because of the decree 34 of May 24, 1966, where Ojukwu centralized everything, including land, including civil service jobs, and said there is no regional civil service anymore. Everybody is now one. Unity, buinoni. Give us unitary system, abolish the regional system. Then they went on a fit. Now in July, did they kill a lot of Igbos in the north? Of course they did. Was it jihad? How now? How? You killed the leaders in January, they are killing you too. Was it good? Of course it was bad. Was it jihad? Of course it wasn't. How is that jihad? And by the way, when you read the book by Ben Gule, there's this thing I've noticed. I'm not saying, I've said this before, I won't say it again. I am not saying that, did I say Ojukwu? No, I meant Ironsi. Ironsi gave us unitary system, not Ojukwu. Ironsi gave us unitary system May 24, 1966. However, even Ironsi was in on it. Sorry, Ironsi did it, but even Ojukwu was in on it. How did I know? Read the book by Ojukwu's Attorney General, Nebo Graham Douglas. He was the one who Ojukwu told him to advise them on the draft decree for a unitary constitution in Nigeria in May of 66. He told him that this thing, people are not going to take it easy with you. And he had a conversation with the Solicitor General of the Midwest, Attorney General of the West, of the North. And then they all said that he gave the great advice. Well, a few days later, they promulgated the decree. So here's the point. Did they kill Northerners? Yes. Sorry, did Northerners kill Igbos? Yes. Was it a genocide? Yes. Why? Because it was based on the ethnicities. Based on the ethnicity, and it's bad. Was it a jihad? How? There's something I've noticed, and you see it in the book. You also see it in the book by Bengbule, Nigeria's 5 Majors. If people want, okay, I remember what I was going to say earlier. I am not saying that there are no people who want to have jihad, though. I'm not saying that that there's no group of people who want Islamic Nigeria. I'm sure they exist. I mean, you only have to observe. But there's something I've noticed. Every time the East wants to push an agenda, and they did this in 66, even before this whole thing, and then in 67, after they declared Biafra, they will push the agenda of Islam, of Muslim versus Christians. E.g., even one of their best, what was her name? Chimamanda Adichie, still said it. That the reason for the war was because they were Christians and they were fighting them, and then because of the oil. Number one, you did not own the oil. There was no oil in Igbo land. Number two, it wasn't Christian versus Muslim because the leader of the nation that was fighting you was a Christian. Yakubu Gowon was a Christian. Interestingly, Ojukwu told Nebo Graham Douglas that Yakubu Gowon would not fight because he's a Christian. Where am I getting all these things from? The book written by Nebo Graham Douglas is called Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion. That book, you can get it on Radio Me Global right now, on Telegram. It's free. It was published in 1968 in the midst of the war. So don't be saying, it was written yesterday. It was not a jihad, that's the point. It had no religion undertone. All they were doing was give you payback for what you did to them in January, and it was terrible and it should not have been done, but don't lie that it was jihad. There was nothing religious about it. You killed the leaders, they killed yours. Well, the ones they could find. And they were wrong to do that, but it's not because of their religion. And I'm not saying there are no jihadists or Islamic kiniko in Nigeria, but this thing where if they want to get the South or maybe Yoruba people, especially, that's what will make them come to you and tell you, church, take back your country. It's not because they care about Christianity. Does Peter Obi care about Christianity? It's not the one that broke a place that's almost homogeneous. I mean, Anambra State has majority Igbos. Yes, there are Igala there, but they are majority Igbos. He managed to break them into Catholic versus Anglican. You're not telling everybody, church, take back your country. And a Christian Yoruba person who is a believer is saying it is for the Lord. Muslim ticket. Who told you? Oh, those people want to Islamize Nigeria. How many Qurans have they given to you now? It's Christian versus Muslim. You know, we have a Christian. Read this book, Shehu Shagari. You read what these clowns were telling people all over the world. In Geneva, in Italy. Muslim versus Christian. It's not a religious war. You messed up, they dealt with you, and it was bad on both sides. And may the souls of the departed rest in peace. But they will not even rest because of these lies. The lies, not they let them rest. Can we take more of this? Oh boy, it's 7:32. Now 5 minutes 54 seconds with this video. I know, say ago. I knew I was going to take a while, but man, I didn't know I was going to take this long. Let's continue.
No, my young lady, that pregnant women's stomach were ripped off. They can't even kill the pregnant woman and let the unborn child die peacefully. They rip off the stomach of pregnant women and kill the unborn child and kill the mother. The woman, the pregnant woman will be alive. They will use knife. She'll be looking at them. They will use knife and open her stomach. Bring out the unborn child. So the woman will see her unborn child, see her intestines, and then they will kill the child before the mother and then kill the mother. These are the things that were done in your land. They won't tell you this. Do you know that during the genocide, the Islamic extremists will gag the eyes of Igbos out, people out, and give it to them to chew? That happened in this your country. Then after chewing it, they will still kill them. Some of them, their ears were cut off and they were given to them to chew. And after chewing it, and they will be killed. So, do you know that over 30,000 Igbos were killed in the north? 30,000.
Did that happen to people where people caught up and I mean it's terrible? It must have happened. I can't say that's a lie. But I think one of the problems we have in Nigeria is one-sided. What did Chimamanda call it? Single narrative. I want to read something to you. This is from a man called Dr. B.J. Imkeme from Calabar, a retired senior medical officer in the employment of the former Eastern Nigerian government. And this is what he said about what the Igbos that is make. I'll come back to the 30,000 figures later. Let's take one by one. I want to tell you what the Igbos did to them. This is Dr. B.J. Imkeme. It was clear to all right-thinking people that these people, the minorities, wanted to remain within the Federation of Nigeria, but with states of their own. This statement was in 1968. It was clear to all right-thinking people that these people, the minorities, wanted to remain within the Federation of Nigeria, but with states of their own in which they enjoyed the right of self-determination. This did not suit the Igbos of the newly declared Republic of Biafra. And so they were determined either to force the 5 million non-Igbos into their republic or to exterminate them systematically. By the way, the Eastern region had 12.4 million people. 7 million of them were Igbos, 5.4 were minorities. But the minorities had the land, the oil, and access to the sea that the Igbos did not have. Let's continue. This did not suit the Igbos, the idea of having their own state. This did not suit the Igbos of the newly declared Republic of Biafra, and so they determined either to force the 5 million non-Igbos into their republic or to exterminate them systematically. To this end, Igbo soldiers were quickly sent to all non-Igbo areas with instructions to keep down the people, detain or even kill all who dared raise a voice in protest against the idea of Biafra. The provincial secretary for Calabar, an Igbo man, called a mass meeting in June 1967 and addressed the Calabar people thus, and I quote, "You Calabar people say you want a state of your own. Let me tell you that by the time the federal troops come here to enforce this mad idea, there will be no one left but grass and weeds, for we shall have flattened your land and killed all you Efiks." From then on, the non-Igbos of the eastern region were subjected to torture, detention, all forms of human indignities, and even killing. In Asang, a town in Enyon Division, where I come from, and which is just a mile from Okpo, my own village, all the inhabitants, numbering about 400, were carried away to an unknown destination. 2 women, one a relation of mine who had been bedridden for 2 years, were slaughtered in cold blood because the soldiers said it would be a burden to carry them along, and they were under instructions not to leave alive any person in the town. On the way out, a woman gave birth to a babe, Adi, and was groaning in her travail. The soldiers bundled her out of the canoe which was taking them away, shot both mother and the innocent child, only a few minutes old. In Atanonoyo, another town in Enoy Division, the whole town was burnt down together with all the people the Igbo soldiers could lay hands on. An uncle of mine was killed together with his wife and 4 of 5 children. 4 of 5 children. The only surviving child is a girl of 10 years, a right arm severed, who now lives to tell the tale of how they were all lined up by the river bank and shot. Luckily for her, she did not die and is being cared for by me now. Please power tap on TikTok. In Ikorekpeyong, 3 miles from my hometown, the Igbo soldiers rang the church bell one Sunday afternoon and forced everybody in the village at gunpoint to assemble in the church building for a special prayer for the survival of the so-called Biafra. When all were assembled, the Igbo soldiers surrounded the church, set it on fire, burning down the villagers and shooting those who tried to escape. It is estimated that more than 300 men, women, and children were massacred in and around that church that day. It's plenty. Did it happen only in this place? It also happened in Rivers, in Degema, in Abonema, in Port Harcourt. So these sob stories where you tell people, oh, they did this to me, they did this to me. I mean, I already acknowledged what they did that was wrong. I said that one before, so it's important to acknowledge that one. But no, don't do these sob stories or see what they did to me. See what you did to people. Oh, they cut a baby out. That was horrible. You keep babies in people's wombs. But you hate the idea of, say, what would you say? Our people also keep people in the wombs. It's not possible. It's a lie. Please read the book by Neil Graham Douglas. You will see all those things there. Again, go to Telegram channel Redomi Global. You find it in the learning section. What the people in Rivers State went through. Churches, 400 people were packed in the same church and burnt down. Just like here, 300 burnt down with the people inside. Who did it? The saints. We should acknowledge what happened to you, but you are not the sole victim of Nigeria's narrative. You should stop being a perpetual victim. It's irritating. See how she stacked a lie, and it's a pattern. You will stack the lie with deflect, and then to come to blackmail, emotional blackmail. So the first bit is, I will never take responsibility. I didn't do it, it's somebody else. I didn't do it, it's somebody else. Oh, see what they did to me. See what they did to me. See what they did to me. Before you know, you two are crying. You think you are compassionate, but no, you are ignorant. By the way, there's a very thin line, and I want to make sure that I say it. We all must keep our hearts pure. You should be compassionate, because that's another extreme that these people can push you to, because you get to a point, you read some of these things. I've even read up to 1/10. You read some of these things and your heart could be stiffened or hardened, but don't be like that. Show compassion for the evil that happened to people. Show compassion. This is wrong. It shouldn't have happened. Acknowledge what happened that was wrong. Acknowledge it. But don't be naive. Don't be blackmailed. That thin line is, and there's a thin line between empathy and stupidity. Like, I'm empathetic towards you, but if you weaponize that against me, I begin to follow you like Mumu, which is what Nigerians have been doing for the past many years. The line between those two things is knowledge. You will remain empathetic because you are a human being and you have blood coursing through your veins. Somebody says people died. You won't say it's a lie. It doesn't really matter. Of course it matters. People died. It matters. But don't use that to blackmail me. I don't owe you anything. Don't say because somebody did something to you, I should come and do something. I don't owe you jack. In terms of, the point where you'll be told, what belongs to you, give it to me because I went through something. No, I don't owe you that thing. I owe you respect. I owe you love, which is more than you can give. Clearly, you can't even tolerate. You're always hating on everybody. But I will still love you, because I cannot allow you to stay my white garment. By the way, I even think once you allow your heart to become hardened towards people like this, when you see people who are really suffering, it becomes difficult for you to help them. And that should never happen. You should be compassionate, but be knowledgeable. Some people blackmail you and gaslight you with nonsense. Oh, see what we did, see what happened to me, see what you did. And by the way, it's not today's topic. I've read plenty, but not be today. Then the other thing she mentioned, that one I'm going to stay on it for a bit. She said over 30,000 people died in the north. Let me start by saying this before I even go into that part. The folks who died in the north, how did they die? Again, to be very clear, I do not think death is something to celebrate. One person dying is one too many. So this is not about let's compare person will die. I'm not here to say it doesn't really matter because just one person that died. Excuse me. So I'm not saying it doesn't matter. No, it matters. But how? Then we'll go to the numbers. So this is how they died. January, there was a coup. January 15 was an Igbo coup. With all these plenty points. If you don't get all these things, please watch all our videos. You'll see them there. It was an Igbo coup. If you like, cry. That's your business. People thought it was revolutionary until they discovered that, wait, everybody will die. No Igbo die. They were like, okay, wait, these people are lying. No, they said, oh, na Igbo come, na Igbo coup. Then the Igbos were like, oh yes, it was our coup. We like it like that. We had the Oga. Then they celebrated for 4 months. But I say people don't get foresight. So it was an Igbo coup. People died. In July, there was a counter coup to retaliate what happened in January. I don't agree with either. Nobody should be killed for anything. They had the counter coup in July. Into August, there's an unpleasant noise from my gadgets. I apologize. I know what's causing it, but what's going to fix it is expensive. When the time comes, I'll fix it. Is it better? Oh boy, if it's better, don't worry. Let's run it together like this, I beg. Let's run it together like this. I know the sound. I know what it is, but to fix it, it's going to cost some. Where was I? Yeah. There was a counter coup, which was bad. And it was a northern counter coup. But here's the crazy part. It was horrible. The Igbos had killed about 24 people in January. These guys killed over 200 in July. It was terrible. But here's where the problem is. People were moving back to the east because of what happened in the north. So they went back home with tales of the killings and all those terrible things. And of course, they had the right to share their story. But here's the crazy part. The folks in the east began to kill northerners. Nobody tells you these things in Nigeria history, especially these ones that we shouting, they did this to us, they did to us. They killed the northerners in the east. Not 1, not 2, not 100, not 200, not 300, not 500, not 1,000. They were in the thousands. I recommend 2 books. 3. Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Green, The Nigerian Civil War by John de St. John, and Sunset in Biafra by Lechi Amadi. They stopped a train filled with northerners who were trying to escape. There were about 2,000 people, according to some reports. All the men in that train were killed and thrown in the Imo River. All. The women eventually found their way to Benue State, Otukpo Medical Center in Benue, Makodi, Otukpo, one of those towns. It's in the book, Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by H.M. Green. Now, they keep people in Port Harcourt. You see it in Lechi Amadi's book, Sunset in Biafra, in Onitsha, in Umuahia, in Oboloafo, in different places. Now, people saw what happened. Some foreigners were there, that Oboloafo incident. They, according to some reports, took that thing with them. Somehow, that report found its way to Radio Cotonou in Benin Republic. People received the signal in Kaduna. Guess what they did? They decided to broadcast that event of northerners being killed in the east in English and Hausa. This was in August. The Hausa people then heard what happened. Their own people were also returning. They were killed. I mean, I don't want to open that because of time. We spent a lot of time already, but there's a video on it on the YouTube channel. How northerners were killed in the east. They killed more than, I mean, numbers go into the thousands in different parts. They killed people and loaded them on trains. The news got to Cotonou, like I said, Radio Cotonou, broadcast on Radio Kaduna in English and Hausa. The northerners, the Hausas heard the news. They went on rampage. Began to murder Igbos. Is it good? Of course not. Of course not. But this is what happened in history. They began to kill Igbos. By the time the dust settled, the Eastern region published a document October 1966. In that document, the book, the pamphlet is called Pogrom, which is not true. It wasn't a pogrom. It was a massacre. It was terrible. But you can't call it a pogrom. But that's what they called it. They call it a pogrom. And in that document, the Eastern Region government said that between 7,000 and 8,000 people died in the what they call pogrom. Again, I don't mention numbers to discount the experience of people. Even if one person died, that would be one too many. However, we should speak to people who are always lying about numbers, just inflating numbers. There's something that John Descent just said in his book, The Nigerian Civil War. He said Ojukwu played an irresponsible numbers game. That's what this woman just did. And that's what a lot of people do from the Southeast. I'm quoting him verbatim. Ojukwu played an irresponsible numbers game. What did John the St. John mean? You published a document in October that between 7,000 and 8,000 people died. Terrible. Bad. January 4 and 5, Aburi Accord, there was an Aburi conference in Ghana. There was a conference in Ghana, January 4 and 5. Ojukwu got there and said to them, 10,000 people died. People were like, well, 7,000 to 8,000 in October. Now it says 10,000 in January. It's okay to round it up. It's okay. Sorry, it's bad. You have to make sure it doesn't happen again. May of 1967, Ojukwu said there were 30,000. It's not like they kept dying, no. They don't die. I mean, well, the case was over. I don't want to say they don't die finished, but the case was already done. 7 to 8,000 in October. This is from the Eastern region, no? January became 10,000 people died. It's bad. But like 7,000, 8,000, 10,000, it's still about the same thing. It's terrible. By May of 67, Ojukwu said 30,000 people died. By the time he had the Hahira declaration in 69, guess what Ojukwu said? He said 50,000 people died in 66. That's the thing is, if you notice, the numbers have changed 4 times. I mean, he has given 4 numbers, so the numbers have changed 3 times. 7 to 8,000, 10,000, 30,000, 50,000. If you read the books by, what's this man's name? Frederick Forsyth, Biafran Story, he used the 30,000 number, 30,000 figure. If you read Chino Achebe's book, where there was a country, which is also propaganda, by the way, he also used that number, 30,000. Nobody ever went back, but maybe they discovered that 50,000 was too much. And if you think I'm lying, I have a document where he mentioned 50,000. The Ayara Declaration is here. The Ayara Declaration is here. The thing they discussed in Aburi is here. Just throwing up figures. When and why does it do that? Because, I mean, we're all human beings. If somebody tells you 10,000 people died, 100,000 people died, will you ask how? Most likely no. Okay, see what's happening in the US right now. What are they doing? Oh, can you call number 1,000 people die every day? I saw one this afternoon. I was like, I know it's bad, but dear. Oh, can you call 1,000? Just give you that big number, because you also feel something like, this people must not die, which is why or how Ojukwu won the propaganda game. Listen, you've been told that there's propaganda. She has mentioned it. Oh, they are raised on propaganda. Igbos were raised on propaganda 100%. Are there exceptions? Yes, there are. But most likely, those people, their parents will most likely be like anathema amongst Igbos. E.g., Ukwabi Asika. He is so hated in Igbo land today. Meanwhile, he's the reason that they are okay, because of what he did from 68 to the end of the war. But nobody really celebrates him. People don't celebrate him. So there are people like Ukwabi Asika, there are people like Dora Akunili. Good people exist everywhere. I acknowledge that. But we read that book together, Nelson Ota's book, The Trial of Biafra's Leaders. Mass hypnosis. Mass hypnosis. Everybody says the same thing. It's as if you're in North Korea. O2, abo, ato, ano, O2, abo, ato, ano, ise, asa. Everybody just say the same thing. By the way, I like to say that I studied Igbo in secondary school. I kind of like the language, by the way. It's the mathematics, the numbering system is the easiest I've come across. O2, abo, ato, ano, ise, asa, asato, ito, iri na otu, iri na abo, iri na ano, iri na ato, iri na. I kind of like it. But I mean, jokes aside, the point is people have been hypnotized to the point where that hypnosis has now become the history of the people. So young people grow up hearing those things. They feel bad. They think they are hated. They are not told what really happened. If the Southeast would get better, people have to face the truth and stop believing in this rubbish. My battlefield, yes, Ukwabi Asika's enough is actually here. But one of these days we're going to read Ukwabi Asika's speech. I'll tell you something. If I have 10 Igbo people here when I read Ukwabi Asika's speech in 68, 9.5 of, no, let's say 9. We can't divide people. 9 of them will be cursing out Ukwabi Asika. But if you are interested, you find it in the book called Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Green, volume 2. Is it? Yeah, I think it's volume 2. Just get the 2 volumes. You see it in one of them. Enough is Enough by Ukwabi Asika. You read that thing, you think it's something that's just talking about. Sincerely, every Igbo person needs to get that document. Please, I beg in the name of God. If you are reading, you think he's telling you about Kano, and I assure you, if you don't believe what that man said and you don't take care, you don't care for all those things he's saying, you will not be in short supply of Nnamdi Kanu's, because that pain has to be expressed somehow. I'm not saying this because I hate Igbos. Number one, that's even beneath me. Hating people makes no sense. It's a waste of energy. But the point is, young people who are cursing people out and just angry everywhere, they don't know the truth. Truth doesn't keep you in bondage. Bible says you will know the truth and the truth shall set you free. It may make you miserable because you'll be angry. Like, is this the truth? All of us have been through it. If you study history, most likely it will happen to you. Hear the truth, read stuff, and then get better. Your land is blessed. But let's finish listening to this lady. Now she bring us come here today. Let's listen and be blessed. No, you can't be blessed by her, by the way. She doesn't have the capacity to bless. But let's listen to everything she has to say.
When I mean Igbos, both Midwest and the Southeast were killed. And corpses were transported to the Southeast region with trucks load. And you believe that people that will witness this will still want to be together with you. Put yourself in their shoes.
That's all. I told you she's going to end with emotional blackmail. It's a tested and tried method. You start with deflection, you end with blackmail. Take responsibility for nothing. It's everybody else's fault but yours. Then end with, see what I went through. You have trauma bonding. See all of it now. What if it was you? Would you want to stay in the nation? Go. All this thing about we're going to leave Nigeria, we're going to get on the next bus and go. Someone said she didn't talk about Igbos killing others. She cannot. If she mentioned that Igbos killed others, then everything has it's not going to work. She has to be the victim. It's a you see, victimhood in the Southeast, I think I said the other day, is not a product of the Civil War. Victimhood in the Southeast has very little to do with the Civil War. It's a strategy, not the reality. It's a strategy. And it's a strategy that began in the 1940s. And they use it for the British and they use it for Nigeria. They use it to the point where even British were like, wait now, Alpha, Kilo Day. British were like, this was what Arthur Richard said in 1947 January. If he said this in January, that means that people have been doing this with him since 45 when he got to Nigeria. He said the East contributes the least in terms of revenue, but clamors, these are his own words, clamors for more and more of everything. That clamoring. And if you think we're just saying it, go and read Zeke's speech in 1949. Was literally making Arthur Richards' 1947 point. Oh, we are the victim of everybody. We are the victim of everybody. Once you cry like that, then you'll be like, hey, just take. You are talking, with all due respect to special needs children, I think some people think that, it's like some of these people that are saying that they are, what's that thing they say in the UK now? Some people are doing it in UK. Transabled. Have you heard of transabled before? Anybody? Transabled? The trans movement, there's transabled. Sorry, I want to make sure I'm not just talking to myself. Has anybody heard of transabled? You know of transabled? That's new Bible. It's been around for years. Okay, so there is what's this one that they call transgender? That one is is about gender. Sincerely, after this session, please, you can go online and check. Transgender is about gender. Transabled is about ability. E.g., there's a case of a lady who can see or could see, blinded herself so she could play the part of a blind man, a blind person, and then she called herself disabled. There are people who cut off a limb to show that they are disabled because they want their so people say it's mental illness. It must be, right? Of course, you're going to get the attention and maybe even the benefits of the disabled. There are people who may not even cut off, but act like they are. For instance, there are the ones that act like animals. I saw one last week. I was like, oh my shit, act like a dog and then bark all over the place. This is what I see. I think I won't mention anybody. I think some people are acting like transabled people. Why? Because they've noticed the attention that special needs people have or disabled people have, and they want it. So yeah, look at me now. It's not like all of us are working. Why should I work now? Why should I work now? You're not going to cut off something. My battlefield say I studied the issue in school. I thank God at least somebody else knows this thing. I mean, I know a number of you also. Maybe I'm not writing in the comment section. That attention, nobody's giving it again. And it's not because of hate, it's because of knowledge. Stop whining. Stop being a crybaby. Grow up. And if you have a problem with anything I've said today, that's good. Congratulations. It means it's working. And I've tried, like I always do, to be respectful, even though I've seen a lot of people cursing me out in the comments. I saw you guys, though. I saw you. Flower. Mark Didi. I was looking at everything you write in the comment section. I know it's paining you. I would have said you are saying that to your parents, but let's leave your parents out for now because they're also suffering from this hypnosis. So it's okay. It's okay. But please grow up. May God bless you. May God bless your region. And this lady who just spoke nonsense, may God give her grace because she doesn't understand nothing. And she's not ignorant. She's hypnotized. Even the ones in the comment section, hypnotized. Just curse me. If you like, that's your business. Today's topic, I will have to change it on YouTube. It's not evolution of Christianity in Yorubaland. That's supposed to be today's topic. We have been discussing somebody's video who insulted Awo and tried to rewrite history. Flower, you don't really count, by the way. Number one, you don't have your real name is not here because you're a coward. Number two, your face is not here because again you're a coward. Number three, you cannot really tell us who you are because your parents are not proud of you and you're a coward. And for you, cowardice is a family inheritance. Your parents are like that too. Because for you to talk about Awo like that, everybody in your family is a coward. Everybody in your family has no business with prosperity or with success. Some of you You will learn. There's no way you're going to move like this and you're going to expect good in your life. It's not possible. You'll be seeing it and wishing it, but it will never happen. You can't get it. The Bible says in Jeremiah that some people will not see when good comes. You can't see when good comes. Flower, that's the response you've been waiting for. I just gave it to you. You cannot see when good comes. The only thing that will change that is for you to stop thinking with your fingers and engage your brain for a second. Somewhere in the evolutionary process, I'm sure a little bit of gray matter got into your skull. Use it. Think. This path you are taking leads to death. May God have mercy on your soul. And I hope you eventually get out of this so you can see good when it comes. Because good is coming to you every day, but you can't see it. You are blind. All right. In your blindness, and maybe you will see at some point. I wish you the best, by the way, but at this moment, you if you don't understand that one. I meant inside and outside. You are blind. All right, God bless you, Sha. Because can you come up? 803, I can't believe this. Today's topic is let people come up. All right, I promise we're going to start this stuff on Friday. Evolution of Christianity in Yorubaland. There's some things I wanted to share earlier today, but we'll get to it on Friday. Let's bring people up. It's past 8, as you know. Issue. So we'll bring people up, but please don't stay too long. I don't want to time people, but don't just go on and on and on. Okay? Someone says the psychiatric version is called body integrity dysphoria or body integrity identity disorder. I will mention one in the 60s. We called it projection. It's a mental issue. They're always projecting. And I've said several times, as far as the guys in the South are concerned, every accusation is a confession. They are telling you who they are. You're a propagandist, that's who he is. You're a bigot, that's who he is. You hate me, that's who he is. That's what he does. Every accusation is a confession. And then he will say that to the point where we'll now begin to appeal to your emotions in order to take advantage of you. It's a tried and tested thing that should stop working in Nigeria going forward. All right, I'm going to read some of the responses on YouTube, but let me just bring some people up. One person will speak, and I'll read some responses, and they'll go on like that, and they will have everybody contribute. Thank you very much for listening to this very long response to the video. God bless you. All right, let's bring some people up, and then we'll read some of the responses here on Facebook and on YouTube as well. Please, I'm bringing some people up. As soon as you get up, please mute, please, so we don't have interference. So as soon as you get up, please mute. Thank you. All right, while they are coming up, let's read a few responses in the comment section. YouTube, as they talk, TikTok, as they talk, as they read your comments. So let's not go back to your own comment. So, I saw my name. Say, I want to be civil on this platform, but these savages won't allow me. See, as the spirit leads. Did I not try? You're looking for somebody to mark with that need that you just be talking to anyhow. I'll send you to your parents. Somebody says, please, what was the name of the pre-colonial Oni of Ife that was baptized as a Christian? His name was Thomas John. I'll talk about it on Friday. By the way, you find that in a book by Chief Eme Fabumi, Ife Shrines. We're going to read that book on Friday. All right, people are saying well done on YouTube. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Don't worry about the people that don't want to learn. Thank you very much. Say now, Ojuku one. If people knew the truth, these people would be ashamed of their leaders from Achebe to Ojuku, but that is not the case. Let me tell you the funny thing. Ojuku was ashamed of Azikiwe. After he returned, there's a video. He returned in 82. Returned to Nigeria, got pardoned and everything. After he returned, there's a video of some Igbo elders. The way they spoke of him. You now begin to wonder, how did these people get the young people not to see these things? They don't rate him. Oh. They don't rate him. Well, was it his 1983 or so? He went to become senator. They didn't vote for him. He went to become president. They didn't vote. They don't rate him, the elders, because they were left to bear the brunt. Listen, the man didn't lose anything. Oh. You know, all this war, people dying, everybody died, terrible stuff happened. The man did not lose anything. All his father's property, he got it back. He got every single bit back. That's why he was very close to IBB and close to Abacha. If you read the book by Shoyinka, The Open Soul of a Continent, you can find what Ojukwu was saying, because he was trying to get his properties back from his father's property, not even his own, his father's property back from Babangida. It's people that lost their stuff. It's history repeating itself. People who lost stuff, lost their home, lost kingdom, they're the ones who are now celebrating and telling all of us to change history to make them feel better. You go away, tire. All right, I'm going to read stuff later. Let's have Oduwole Ibironke. Please go on. Thank you very much for joining us. I'll bring other people up. As soon as you get up, please mute yourself. Thank you very much. Please, Oduwole, please go on.
Good evening, Professor. I'm very happy to see you this
When
evening.
some of you be advertising, do as I say, make money, this is a soap that you can back that will give you billions.
Good evening. Can you hear me now?
I was wondering. Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, so sorry. It was my Bluetooth that was messing up the other time. I was on Bluetooth. So that woman, I wouldn't want to really mention her name. Is she by any means the one that her name ends with Timeze or something? Is she?
No. She calls herself Lolo.
She's the one. She's the one. That woman has always forgotten to be taking her medication each time she wants to open her mouth to say anything. And I'm not sorry for saying that. She has been like that. In fact, yes, I'm not sorry, Prof, for saying that. I'm not just so sorry. In fact, among all other Igbos that are reasonable, like people like Ijele, I don't know, maybe you know that guy. If you are on his platform, he has been a truthful guy. He has been on this lawyer course. And he has been one of the prominent Igbo young guys that have been calling out these people, telling them call evil anytime you see it. If you watch this Nnamdi Kanu trial that just lasted over the weekend, that woman was the one that was among the lawyers that was televising, talking when Justice Omotosho excused himself. She was the one. Am I right? Yes, I know her very well. So I have not mistaken her for one. She has ever been a bingo, and she will remain as one. She's just like that. So, in fact, I didn't even feel anything. Once I heard her voice, I know she's the one. And that woman has been out just being propaganda like that. And she has this hate for Yoruba tribe, in which we don't even have any issue to sort it out. The region is on fire. May God help them, as we have been saying. May they be able to put it in place. But as for what has happened, that is, they are the architects of their own misfortune. At least, òwe Yorùbá sọ pé ẹni tó gbé Pòlájà kò dàbí ẹni tó gbà á dání. If they have been able to curtail their leaders the way Yoruba has always said, this is one thing Yoruba tribe. I'm not bigot, I'm not tribalistic in any form, but we have to call a spade a spade. I'm happy to be a Yoruba person and happy to have my background in there, but still we have this part of Igbo in us, people that are mixed like us. So there is this adage of Yoruba says, tí èèyàn bá ń rántí irú ọmọ ẹni tó ń ṣe, and if they fail to do that, there is nothing anybody can do as regards that. Look at what she was saying today. All the story was just fallacy. So I didn't expect anything from that kind of a person. We have been doing it, we've been able to manage it, a Yoruba race as a whole, and I still want us to continue to love these proper Igbos among them. We have so lovely and tremendous ones among them. But because of the propaganda that has really ripped off majority of, if not 90 or 95% of ones of their brain and has replaced it with sawdust.
It is well. Thank you very much.
The brain has been so that's it. So if it is for that woman, please let's leave it for her. Let her continue to wail. That is how she has been doing. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you,
everybody. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that submission. I'm going to go to Basic. I think it's on the call. My Battlefield, your turn, please. Thank you, Ms. Ibironka. I'm going to take you down to bring other people up.
Thank you very much for this session. I actually like this kind of reporter, that you show a video, then you report the content of it. Very, very good. It's very relatable, and it's very recent. You can actually draw some things from it. I think part of it is our problem, really, our fault, because we let this thing run wild for so long. For so long that even we were saying, we're beginning to believe the lies. Not because we don't know the truth. I get my point. Because this model, this paradigm of reinventing themselves has worked. If something worked for you, you do it repeatedly. I get my point. You do it. But now, because of the advent of the social media now, things are easily rebooted, right? So people are learning to actually change the narrative to actually correct people. But with these people, the lies have been so comforting for so long. It's like a blanket for them. You have, or what do you call it? That's a thing you use for babies, to suck when they are still teething, and that's what it's been for them, right? So for them, it's been so comforting. They have, we call it comfortable lies. It's a denier, but at the same time, it's safe for their own sanity. But it has worked for so long, but you have to stop working. We as a people, we need to help them in that journey to transit, right? We have to help in midwifing their sanity. It's insanity, really, right? It's insanity. Trying to believe your lies, and not lies, you could see, for people to be telling you, oh, Kanu has not done anything. And you ask them, has Ekman done anything? Yeah. And you cannot relate, and you wonder, where do I begin?
So what did Ekman do?
Yes, they said Ekman is not alive, it's not IPOB. So if it's IPOB, it's so, and the most intelligent, the most educated, and you see that what he wants is political solution. At the same time, they will say he didn't do it. He can even see Kano, even though the truth was so overwhelming, he was in denial. It's okay, I did it somewhere. You cannot probe me here. You don't know the law. You don't know the law. And people are actually clapping for these people. I saw a video just a few hours ago. There was a lady crying for Kanu, weeping seriously that injustice has been done. And I said, wow, where do we begin from this? Where do we begin from here? And I think that thing started from the 60s. We allowed them to run because NCNC and the North, they were in alliance. And 90% of our civil servants were Igbos, and 80% of our police officers were Igbos. So they are able to run the riots everywhere. So they wanted that thing to continue. Even when they were in government for 6 months, they dominated everything, even 100%. Even Professor Wambweze wrote the constitution single-handedly in his bedroom, according to him. He wrote a constitution in his bedroom. That's one of the reasons I said to people, we Nigerians don't need a new constitution. We can amend it by stealth, right? If you want to write another constitution, we will break up. We will break up because some of us, if you have 10 things to share in Nigeria, they want to have 11. That's not possible. They're insatiable. That's the truth, really. Because we've done it. I've done it. I've tried. I've had them as subordinate at work. You can never satisfy these people. And the more you do it, and they will tell you, oh, you don't love us. That's okay. Those who love you, what did they gain? Like Banjo, like Fajui, what did they gain? Those who love you, what did they gain? Did you erect a something for them? No. Apart from now that Ajayi Crowther had something erected for him for after many years, after so much campaign, nothing. There's nothing you can do for those people. So you rather be their enemies, really. It doesn't count. If you cannot be someone's friend and expect a compassionate response from them, right? Then you might well be their enemies. It pays. That means there'll be no effort. You don't lose anything. No emotional investment. Let them be enemies for you. we've gotten to that stage now. Even now, they wanted regionalism. We said, okay, we're ready to give it region. Said, no, we don't want regions anymore. We don't want region. All we want is this. Do this for us. Do that for us. And we are just tired. We are tired of doing everything for them. We are tired. We are tired of doing everything for them. So that's just by the basis. But Nigeria, we should continue to give them, but at the same time, we should lay boundary. There's no boundary in Nigeria. No boundary. So there's a boundary. If people say, okay, Kanu, for instance, say Kanu, we need a political solution. I said that means we should just open the prison gates for everybody and give everybody a political solution. It's total madness. We shouldn't fall for it again. We shouldn't.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Only three groups, only three groups, they are in jail in Oyo. I don't have point. So what's the cause? So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wow. That was very good. Thank you, sir.
I hope I'm not too...
I'll call you. I'm actually calling you next. I was going to say something. Okay. Then you speak. But since you started speaking already, just go on. It's okay. Please just go on. No, Basic, please go on. Go on.
I think I enjoy your speech. Go ahead. I would rather want to hear.
No. I'm not giving any speech. No. I want to learn from you too. I'm just going to thank Mr. My Battlefield. That was all. Just continue.
Okay. In the absence of the tentacles of wisdom that you demonstrate here, as of this,
we are all learning from each other.
Yes, I can. But you see, we read more wider, we read broader than each other. I can, even though the things I have read, you might not have read them. But you see, the things you have read, I have not read them. And I am very interested in the things you have read. And this is what brings me to your platform. It is not that I like your face. You are not a fine man. Good enough for the people that
don't okay. You shouldn't be telling me I'm fine, so that's okay.
But you know, but I wouldn't remove all of the finance away.
No. You're a man. I don't even care. I don't even care what you are saying. You're a man.
A lot the folks on this, especially your conversations, have always done great justice to the realities of Nigeria. And if there's anything that makes me please don't be offended. If there's
what's that? No, I'm listening.
I don't know what's wrong with my network. Whether it's my network or it's his network, I don't know.
We can hear you.
Okay, I hope my network is okay. Right?
Yes.
I hope my English. I hope you can hear me very well, because I think the network was slowing at some point. I don't know. But so what I'm trying to say right now is that there is a massive gap. There have been a massive gap on TikTok, and you see. All right, there have been a massive gap on TikTok, a very massive gap, and thank God that people like you had to come up, dedicate your time and effort to educate the uneducated, to educate those that were schooled by conspiracy theory, to educate those that have turned hearsay as street jargons or gist or construct to their source of information, because when they are scrolling TikTok, they will come across you. Nigeria have suffered the presence of intellect in the public places. I've suffered a lot of it. I was on a panel here one day on this app when I first started getting active here, and I heard a man saying that in his support for Biafra, in his support for the IPOB, in his support for Igbo people, being an Akwa Ibom person, he said what's the name of it? It's an oil company that that bought some of Mobile's assets. And then I told him that the chairman of this company is from Akwa Ibom. This guy said it's a lie. That was the day I realized that that guy is actually not an informed person. And this guy is the meal, is the belief, is the one running the belief narrative of some of the IPOB, propagandists on this app. That was when I knew that these guys are cooking information together just to engineer hate, just to engineer everything possible to make the country, put the country in a frustrated situation. People are not doing this country. We are not getting the kind of, how do I call it? Onions. This country is not getting the kind of onions, the crop of intentional intellect, the broad-based intellect, factual information. We are not getting it in the public spaces any longer. The only thing we get is just hearsay, hate speech, and all of that. And I want to thank people like you that put their time on the table to research, to read broadly, come on these social media apps and yield and dole out this information for free. Even though people like you still get hated for doing what you do. Because I can tell you for a fact, if I want to debate anything now, I will still want to ask, what is your opinion on this matter before I debate it with you? Because I don't know how far you have read about these things. And the person that wants to come and debate with you as well, you don't know how far the person has read, but when you know the content of the individual,
let's get to round up, please.
His basis is factual. Then, it references his information. It doesn't just come to talk about emotions. Then it gives you, a reason to actually say, oh, this is the content of this individual and this is the content of that individual. I don't know why Igbo people like
30 more seconds, please.
Of feeding on,
can you hear me?
Poor information, and then getting emotional over that poor information, and then using that to mess the entire media spaces up. It is not fair to even their past leaders. It is not fair to their current leaders. Neither is it fair to their future. So I will advise. I'm not being. Yes, you said 30 more seconds. I heard. Yes, I heard you. You said 30 more seconds. Right. You said 30 more seconds. Can I go on? You said 30 more seconds. Hello, can I? Oh, shit. Listen. Can you hear me? You said 30 more seconds.
Go on. There's time lag. Go on.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, Jehovah.
Hello, can you hear me?
All right. We spent 1 minute on whether we could hear or not. So I think it's the lag. By the way, when you eventually hear what I'm saying, we heard you when you were asking us if we could hear you. But thank you very much. It was going to be 30 seconds actually, and we spent that last 1 minute asking if we could hear each other. But thank you for your submission. I think I got the point, to be honest. Someone said, I'd love to come up as I have over the years helped churches filed annual report. Maybe. There's a brother on YouTube, Ẹkáàbọ, who was very excited about the fact that we're discussing the evolution of Christianity in Yorubaland. I apologize that we're not discussing it today. We're going to do that on Friday. Mr. Latunde Odediro on TikTok, thank you very much for the gift. God bless you. I really appreciate it. Wati Kubo says some Yoruba men lose their sense of reason when they are dating IPOP supporting girls. Yeah. Aolo never carried a gun, yet they will accuse him of genocide. Kano, who ordered mass murders using radio, they now declare as innocent. It is only the tribe that they use to determine innocence. Exactly, it's not actions, it's your ethnicity that determines, whether you're innocent or guilty. Olagunji Mano Olabode says they can continue to stay indoors on Akpeni Southeast. We need to achieve the ethno-linguistic region so that we don't continue to be bogged down by the people of the north. And then it says the Lolo lady is deranged. The propaganda is strong with this woman. She reminds me of Brother Shaggy spewing nonsense with confidence. But Shaggy is doing that intentionally. Very smart guy. Someone says, please, what is the title of the Harold Smith video on YouTube? You can find it on Redomi Global. It's in the learning section. You find the link to the Harold Smith interview about Azikiwe. Again, Redomi Global is on Telegram. It's free to join. You find some helpful materials in there. YT Kubo. I'm using another account again, YT Kubo. I had a friend from Ebonyi who used to say it was the British that caused problems right from independence because he had evidence that Azikiwe was a criminal who should have never led East at all. Well, they're not the ones that made him lead East. You know, he went to the East, changed the dynamics there, and forced Eyo out, and then became Premier in 54. If you're talking about Nigeria, yes, the British helped him to become the president, and it was help because it was either that or prison, and he chose to be president. Ratikubo says, my Ebonyi friend used to say that if the British had jailed Azikiwe with the evidence they had, the East would not be on a wrong foundation Zik built that still is affecting them. Fair enough. Mko says, Afi Q, no, she's Kuku right. We did Q, but not the Q. Alright, he's referring to the lady who was shouting QQ. Shola says, how can you be in the same country with people like this? It is well. There is no oil in Yorubaland till today. There can never be. Well, technically, there's oil. There's oil in Abia, in Anambra, and Imo states. Just that the combined output of all those places is 2.1% of Nigeria's total output. So it's negligible, but it's there. Self-motivation says, Prof, good evening, please. How can we make order for the books on Redomi Books as we are unable to write message in the group? How to make order is right there in the group. So we have a Telegram channel where people can buy books. So if you go there, you find there's the how to is there. But I'm going to copy it and paste again so you can easily see it. So that's how to get it. Redomi Books is our bookstore on Telegram. And someone is saying lower than Ondo Oil. Yes. So the three states, Abia State, Anambra State, and Imo State, the three states produce 2.1% combined. One is 1.3, other one is 0 point something. Is negligible, but total output is 2.1. Edo is 2.3. Lagos is 2.5, 2.6, depending on good day or bad day. And then Ondo is 3.8, between 3.8 and 4.3. That's Ondo State. Delta, Warri alone has over 30%, by the way. Some people say 33% is Warri. But the big four, Delta, Rivers, Bayelsa, and Akwa Ibom, those are the big four. But Anambra, Abia, Imo, it's like 1.2, 0.7, 0 point something. That's what they all are, but together it's 2.1. So they have oil, but it's negligible. However, there's also the claim by certain people that the part of Imo that has the oil is not Yorubaland. I think it's the Egbema that are talking about. It's family matter. I mean, we all know that the Southeast is not homogeneous. The only state in the Southeast that is homogeneous is Ebonyi. Anambra has Igala, Enugu has Igala, Abia has Ibibio, Imo has Egbema, Ijo. There's only Ebonyi that is Igbo through and through, and even those ones, they look down on them. It's amazing how it is well. Anyway, to the person who's talking, so Mr. self-motivate time and click away. So if you want to get the stuff, I'm going to put the how to on the Redomi book so you'll be able to see it easier. Thank you. Someone says Anambra has about 73. Really? I'll check. All right, let's go on. White Kubo says, if Ojukwu won the propaganda game, his own people would not have died in huge numbers. Let me read that again. If Ojukwu won the propaganda game, his own people would not have died in huge numbers as a result of his misinformation. He deceived his own people with propaganda and led them to die for his ego. So here's the issue. Did he win at first? He did. Between 67 and 68, the propaganda machinery was working. People like Majiparam from Oxford supported him, supported Biafra, until they discovered that he was lying. It was in 68 that the federal government of Nigeria really concentrated on, debunking all the claims. And that's when they sent people like Shehu Shagari, Martin Enaoro, just send them out to begin to talk. So you have Martin Enaoro going to Addis Ababa, you have the Kampala talks, you have Shehu Shagari going to Italy and to Geneva, because they don't finish, and the people don't believe them. So what usually happens from the Southeast is they will come up with a plan. It will work in the short term, but they will lose eventually. It's almost like a formula. Someone said, I need Redomi link. I'm telling you now, just type it in your browser, t.me/redomi Redomi Global. All right, a few more things before we move to Babati. Please, what was the name of the pre-colonial Oni of Ife that was baptized as a Christian? I already answered that. We'll talk more about that on Friday. Daddy Owodare says, I'm always inspired anytime I come here and I cite you, brother. Keep educating them. They all forget that the very little progress we have made as a country is still largely due to Awolowo's thinking. Well, we're all educating ourselves. Thank you very much. Western Nigeria was even ahead of some European countries. That's actually true. It may sound off, but it's true. It's also Jadire Miadekomi. No, you are wrong. West Nigeria was ahead of some. I mean, there was a TV station in Ibadan before France had a TV station. There was a TV station in Western Nigeria before Ireland. It's a shame what has happened to Nigeria. The Western, what we call the High Commission in London today, belong to Western Nigeria. Western Nigeria owned that building. The one in Saudi Arabia that Nigeria owns now, that's Western Nigeria. We had our own High Commission. That's why we're saying we need to get back to that kind of structure. We are all in Nigeria. We are all brothers in Christ. Praise God. Or in whatever. We are all child brothers. But at least each group can do. And I've said this several times. If you look at the UK, everybody's always shouting unity, unity, unity. Number one, that unity thing, it pisses me off because the person talking about unity doesn't want to unite. I told one yesterday, he said, you have marginalized us. Then he said, who have you supported to become the head of clinical? I said, to you, the word marginalization is not what it means to the normal human being. And equality to you, fairness to you is not equality, it's domination. For me to say you are fair, it means that I'm dominating you. And you think that the person you are dominating will think you are okay upstairs. Every word means something different. So to be fair means that you have allowed that person to dominate. Once you say let's be equal, that means that you are marginalizing them. It's the same thing with unity. Let's unite. That unity nonsense is a way to own what belongs to others. It's a stealing mechanism. The thieving spirit. In the UK, and I've said it, I think we talked about this the other day. In the UK, for instance, you have different. We're talking about how regions had different, how Western region had our own High Commission. In the UK, you had different countries within the UK having their own football teams. 4 nations make up the UK. It's still one country, it's still one sovereign state, but that's 4 nations within it. And that's why I discovered that when you go to World Cup, you don't see British team. Scotland has their own team. Wales have their own. Northern Ireland and England. Try that in Nigeria. They say you don't want unity. EPL is EPL. English Premier League. It's not British Premier League. If I talk about Yoruba Premier League right now, you see this bunch of clowns shouting, oh, hey, bigots, 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 you God, try God. It makes no sense. Why is that the person that even colonized you, is it that he's smarter than you? Are you... Why can't you have Yoruba League and Hausa League and Igbo, just like the Scots have their own and English have their own Premier League? It's not for the whole country called UK. Everybody has their own. This is the kind of mindset that can build Nigeria. Without this, we're just going round and round the circle. And the only time you will see a national team for Britain is during Olympics. When it comes to World Cups, it's different countries, but they're still one nation, one state, but different nations. That's how we have to think if we really want to make it in Nigeria, or else we'll just be 20 years from now, be looking for one, what's that thing they call them? Benevolent dictator. We need to break this curse. When I say break, I'm not saying break Nigeria. I'm saying break this, change the structure. Let the structure allow you to breathe. Yorubaland had the first TV station in Africa, the tallest building in West Africa, the biggest stadium in West Africa. All these things were built before. Some of them were built before 1960. The last one was finished in 65. That was Cocoa House. You didn't have to collect any money from anybody to build anything. Everybody just does what they want to do. I don't know why, but it's well. Well, I know why. Somebody came with unitary system in 66. Is people are the one who are now disturbing us today in 2025. Somebody from that region came with no secession clause in 54. His children are the one disturbing us in 2025. Haba. Baba T, please go on.
It's a pleasure coming to your space. Ekrole.
Yes, sir.
Bole.
Ekrole. Yes, sir.
Ekrole in Ife time. Okay, thank you for your
1 second, Babati, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, Babati.
Okay.
Ikena, I'm going to read what you said, and I'm going to tell you what will happen to you. Ikena, you said, remember I say I tell you, you don't go see 2026, you will not see it. I'm over 40 right now, but I say I have about 80 years to live. And I'm going to live, oh, hold on please, I'm going to live my full old age. You, on the other hand, you'll be cut off in your prime. Ikena Ibekwe, you will be cut off in your prime, and it will happen from the hands of those around you. Washare, like you will walk into a trap set by yourself and people around you, and you'll be cut off in your prime. Please continue, Babati.
I'll say any very thick skin. So the Lord will strengthen you.
Amen.
So, to start with, it's important for one to know who we are dealing with, and I'll say a big thank you to you for the eye-opening. For some of us that didn't know this much about them, it used to be puzzling to ask what is actually propelling these people to act the way they do. But for some of us who have followed you all through the period, I think these people have issue with value system. They have issue with value system, and it's something that cannot be wished away overnight. They are going to have to just endure it for a long time to come. People that could not get themselves together to create anything, they don't value anything. All they think about is bending the rule. And from even what you said with Nnamdi Azikiwe and the British, it only points to one direction there. They believe that equality will always be rewarded. After all, the British rewarded Nnamdi Azikiwe with a position. So their act will always be allowed. Thank God that people are getting more information, people are reading more, and they're able to see what they have. Because if you look at the damage that Nnamdi Kanu and his like has done to them, it will take another generation to heal them, for them to actually heal. They have been indoctrinated. Their children are growing up with this seed. And it's unfortunate that we have to share space with these people because we are growing our children with love and they are feeding them their own with so much hatred. So where am I going? I want to charge every parent on this space. Do well to teach your children history. Teach them. It doesn't have to do with you telling them the bad side, but at least let them know the truth. That way, nobody will make them feel guilty or feel sorry in any way. These people will always come with a victimhood mentality. It is who they are. It is who they are. They will never change their skin. It is there. So let us all try as much as possible, no matter how young our kids are, let's try to teach them the history. Let's try as much as possible to let our children know the culture, know our value system, know what the core value of an Omoluabi is. That is the only thing that can keep us strong, that can actually help us to fight this battle. Thank you very much.
Babati, thank you so much for that submission. I really do appreciate it. And thank you everybody in the comment section. No weapon fashioned against me shall prosper in Jesus' mighty name. With long life will satisfy me. Thank you for those fantastic scriptures, everybody. I really appreciate it. But it's also important to say that Owoti Ogedebagba the Mafid now. I think it's shaky there. The Mafid B. So Iken is actually Oti Kotel with my phone and Iken, if you ever in your life come to a point where you see the need to change your path, maybe that thing will be off of you, but I can assure you, you're going to die in your prime. The only thing that can change it is if you just come to a point in your life. Maybe God just opens your life or your heart and you discover how stupid you have been. Maybe you're married, but I'm not holding my breath for you. Your parents should start preparing. And I'm not going to do anything though. It's amongst yourself and your family members and your friends. Somebody will do something that you guys are all in it together. May God bless you in your path to destruction. All right, let's have a doubter and then Adekomi.
Ẹnìkan sọ̀rọ̀ lórí Twitter ó ní mo rí lórí Twitter ní ọdún ìfẹ́ ó ní pé ní Yorùbá people you are going to reap what you sow, what your ancestors sow. Mo ní there's a prayer in that. Our ancestors sowed, they sow greatness, they sow upliftment in the Lamari. Unfortunately, tí ẹnìkan máa ń hùwà tí ò dáa tó bá dàgbà tó bá kú òun náà máa kúkú di ancestor. So nǹkan tí òun náà ṣe àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ máa rí gbogbo àwọn ọ̀dàlẹ̀ tó máa ń jìyà ńlẹ̀ yìí ẹlẹ́yìn wọn ìgbà tó kọ́kọ́ wá náà ọ̀dàlẹ̀ lọ́yà ìgbà tó padà wá sílé ayé yìí ìgbà ọ̀dàlẹ̀ wọn náà wá jẹ. That being said, nǹkan tó fẹ́ dá sí ó pọ̀ sí ọ̀bọ̀ tí màá ṣe kékeré àkọ́kọ́ ni pé I will please implore all of us to support this life. Unfortunately, I don't want to even put the account number up there. Please. Whatever means you can, support this life, support this, because this is not just a class, it is a movement. This particular TikTok page has liberated a whole lot of people. I share it to several people who come to say, thank you so much. And the support, listen to this life, fight, path, so that I'm not move share it with your friends. When we cut the small things, please kindly share with other people on all the platforms that you know. Please share it, support it, comment, give your opinion. Even if your opinion is false, there is going to be a way to correct it. If you are ill-informed, there is a way you are going to make sure that you are rightly informed. That's the biggest thing that I want to say here. Please support this life. It's not important that everybody comments. You want to be proud of us all. But you go back and you can make sure that your life you live in is 128.9. Okay, we should make it bigger than that so that a lot of people can see and hear what is being read here. There's nobody forming any opinion on this life. What we are doing here, if you read it, you just start posing into the other books to see that people are being parrot and being fair. Because Nigeria has been founded on lies. And they look for now, people think that I always come out on Yoruba box. At some point, the word Yoruba box, people to do about raise one, after no more like to a well, she raise one. So, send our money. And Yoruba box is got bad because I do my book and do what. If you talk about it, for operating. But our Yoruba box was the weapon fashioned against us. Who want to pay, who want power. About it, one to shape that material, that will be the bank. Even now, Babawa, to be the dark or one, don't ship a lot of money, about the language. Because that our plan for this to immortal or someone. So, our day, I think I'm a penny, go back in from me, in my bed, and support life with you. So the replay because of Kabali from life you lower and lower there are so many projects that have to be done through this life. It's education. You could do that certain plan to let them it came now. People of home are Padao, the Padao, the mark of the loop, or one to the greater mark of the pole. You did the past. Maybe what you can like by Lady Mary 2026 people now married. O máa rí torí pé ẹni tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ fún mi o máa rí ẹni láyé o máa rí láàyè o máa rí láì.
Àmín.
Wọ́n láti ìgbà kátà tó lórí 2026 ẹ̀ka àjọ orí tí wọ́n náà dẹ̀ máa rí àwọn ọmọ àwọn tó bá wà lára ọ̀dọ̀ wọn á rí 2026 yìí gbogbo wa lájọ máa rí. Àmọ́ gbogbo ọwọ́ tó gbẹ̀gbẹ̀ bá gbé bá rẹ̀ ló máa fi mú. Òkè tá a bá sọ ọmọ pẹ̀lú ọ̀fẹ́ sọ mọ́ ni gbogbo nǹkan burúkú tó bá rí lágbára ìdíjọ́ ìpè náà máa bà lọ lórí. Lágbára káàdì ìgbésẹ̀ tí bá ṣe ìgbésẹ̀ orí ara ẹ̀ ló máa fi ń rìn lágbára olóògbé ìpè náà bí nǹkan tó rò yẹn kó sọ jáde ni torí pé àti inú ni ọtún tó ń pani wá nǹkan tó fọyà àti inú ẹ̀ ló ti wá lágbára olóògbé máa fi ìyá rẹ̀ jẹ́ because kò sẹ́ni kọ́kọ́ tó wá sí tó parọ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ kò sẹ́ni tó parọ́ mọ́ àwọn ọ̀ràn kò sẹ́ni tó parọ́ mọ́ ẹ̀yà ẹ̀ nǹkan tí wọ́n àwọn èèyàn yín kọ sílẹ̀ bí gbogbo wa ń kà tàbí bẹ́ẹ̀ ti ara wa gbọ́. You have a problem ẹ̀yin ìran ìkòbòkòbò àti yanmirin wọ̀nyí. The problem is that láìkí kí wọ́n máa rán yín létí nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ ṣe. Ẹ̀yin fẹ́ sọ fún gbogbo èèyàn pé gbogbo èèyàn ló ṣẹ̀yìn ṣùgbọ́n tó máa ti rán yín létí nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ̀yin ṣe ẹ̀ máa sunkún. Kò sẹ́nìbọ̀ tó sọ nǹkan kan tó lòdì sí yín rárá in any way and nǹkan tó rò nípa bùsù yìí lè ní agbára Elédùmarè ẹgbẹ̀lẹ́gbẹ̀ á bá àwọn ẹbí ẹ̀. Nítorí pé kò sí ìdí fún ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn kò sí ìdí kankan o ò lọ ṣépè fún Nnamdi Kanu tó ní kó máa pa yín lẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan tí ẹ̀ lè bọ́ta lọ́jọ́ Monday tí ẹ̀ lè tajà tí ẹ̀ lè ríbi lọ́jọ́ Monday ẹni tí ò bá lọ bìkan látijọ́ Friday tí jọjọ́ Monday ṣé kò ní pa iléeṣẹ́ lára ẹ̀ ṣépè fún yẹn èèyàn tó ń ka ìtàn tí wọ́n kọ sílẹ̀ kò kí ń ṣe ẹni yẹn ló kọ ìtàn yẹn ó bọ́ sórí atẹ́gùn bẹ̀ sí máa ṣẹ́ ìpè òun sọ pé àwọn ìran ẹ̀ ò ní rí 2026 lágbára Elédùmarè àjọ máa èmi àti ìwọ tó ń jẹ́ kìnà yẹn àti ẹni tó ń bá wí àjọ máa rí 2026 yẹn àmọ́ ní 2026 yẹn wàá rí nǹkan tó yẹ pé ẹgbẹ̀lẹ́gbẹ̀ àwọn ẹbí ẹ̀ wọn lè tọ́jú láíláí lágbára Elédùmarè ìyẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ now ta ló ń jẹ́ Ìgbò torí ṣé bàbá tí ló sọ téèyàn ò bá mọ àwọn ìran téèyàn ń bá deal ó máa ń jẹ́ kéèyàn ṣe àwọn ìgbésẹ̀ ó máa ń jẹ́ kéèyàn ṣe ẹsẹ̀ gbé láti bá wọn ṣe ẹ̀yà tó ń jẹ́ Ìgbò ẹ̀yà àkọ́kọ́ ni pé wọ́n ti di ẹ̀yà tí kò tí ì di èèyàn ni nígbà táwa ń dàgbà nǹkan tá a gbọ́ ni pé elégbèdé ló bá ìyá wọn ní àjọṣepọ̀ tó bí wọn tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ wò ó ẹ rí i pé ẹ máa rí iṣu ńlá lẹ́sẹ̀ àwọn obìnrin wọn ẹ rí irun lẹ́sẹ̀ ní àyà obìnrin ẹ rí irun gbọ̀n ẹ rí gbogbo ẹ̀ nígbà tí ẹ̀yà yẹn no mo ń bọ̀ jẹ́ kí n tètè land bàbá gbà á láwòkù ṣe rí ẹ̀yà yẹn tó jẹ́ pé elégbèdé ló bí wọn wọn tí ì di wọn tí ì di.
ẹ jẹ́ kẹ́ẹ̀dá ọ̀tọ̀ láǹdì ẹ̀dá tẹ fire on.
adékọ̀mí.
so elégbèdé ló bí wọn ẹranko ló bí wọn àdẹ sọ eléyìí nítorí pé because àwọn èèyàn máa ń rò pé Áfíríkà Eureka kò sí kan tó jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ kò sí nǹkan kan tó ń pè ní Áfíríkà kò sí ìlú kankan tó ń jẹ́ Áfíríkà
nígbà tí gbogbo wa ń dàgbà tá à ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa African unity kò kí ń ṣe pé a sọ pé African uniformity. Nǹkan tá uniformity yàtọ̀ sí unity. Nǹkan tá à ń sọ ni pé àwọn tí wọ́n ti di èèyàn láàrin wa ẹ fún wọn láyè kí wọ́n di èèyàn. Àwọn tí wọ́n sì jẹ́ ẹranko láàrin wa ẹ ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́ láti di èèyàn, kì í ṣe pé kí àwọn tí wọ́n jẹ́ ẹranko ká wá pa wọ́n pọ̀. Ok, ọkùnrin kan tó ń pè Láròjinlẹ̀ ó fi fídíò kan hàn wá, tẹ́ bá lọ mú ẹ rí pé ìkíní kan àtọ́ ń pè ní wild dog àti dog ilé, tẹ́ bá kó wọn papọ̀ ẹ máa rò pé ajá làwọn méjì, wọ́n yàtọ̀ síra wọn. Ajá ilé àti ajá oko wọn ò ń ṣe nǹkan kan náà, ká tẹ̀ sọ pé ajá làwọn méjèèjì. Bèlè ń ta sí pé àwọn ìran tí wọ́n ti di èèyàn, àìtí ìdí èèyàn yẹn òun ni ò jẹ́ kí wọ́n lè rí ọ̀nà lọ nínú gbogbo nǹkan tí wọ́n ṣe. Wọ́n máa ṣe àwọn èèyàn máa parọ́ múra wọn ní Igbo no business. Níbo ló ti jẹ́ pé Igbo no business? How? The biggest businessman in Nigeria is an Hausa person, is a Fulani man. Àbẹ̀rẹ̀ tó lówó jù láfíríkà yìí, tó lówó jù láfíríkà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ń sìn, kò ń ṣe Igbo. Tó wá pé Igbo ló no business ni àwọn ló máa lówó jù. You are a trader, you are not a business person. Nítorí pé ẹ̀ tí ì di èèyàn, ẹ̀ tí mo fẹ́ ṣe máa transcend trading sí proper business tó máa wá sọ pé ó ń di company. Now ta ló ń jẹ́ Igbo? Igbo ni ẹ̀yà tó jẹ́ pé kò dá ara ẹ̀ mọ̀ fúnra rẹ̀, kò mọ bí tó ti wá, kò mọ irú nǹkan tó ṣẹ̀, kò mọ irú ẹni tó bí. Tó bá jẹ́ pé wọ́n mọ irú èèyàn tó ṣẹ̀ wọn ni tó mọ ohun tó bí wọn ni wọ́n á ti ṣe àtúnṣe láti sọ pé òkè kí ló ràn nípa wa. For 1000 years before now àwọn Yorùbá ti ṣe àtúnṣe nípa àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n rò pé eléyìí ò bá lẹ̀ wa mu, eléyìí ò bá nǹkan tó yẹ kí ọmọlúàbí máa. Wọ́n ti create code of conduct fún ara wọn. Àwọn Yorùbá ń pè code of conduct yẹn ní ìjẹ́ ọmọlúàbí, tó jẹ́ pé o ò nílò ẹ̀sìn tàbí ìjọba tàbí òfin tàbí ọlọ́pàá kan láti jẹ́ kó o ṣe nǹkan tó dáa. Ìjọmọlúàbí ni láti máa ṣe nǹkan tó dáa ní gbogbo ìgbà láìsí ìjẹni nípa tàbí òfin tó múni. Àwọn Yorùbá ti dé level, wọ́n ti ṣe yẹn tí kì í ṣọ̀rọ̀ 2000 years ago ni wọ́n ti ṣe. Àwọn Yorùbá ti settle nǹkan tí wọ́n ń pè ní basic need, food, clothing, housing. Yorùbá wọ́n ti settle ẹ̀ over 3000 years ago. Débi pé even as far back as 2000 years ago Yorùbá wọ́n ti create school, wọ́n ti ń kọ́ra wọn ní philosophy. Àìní òye ta ni Yorùbá jẹ́ fún àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá làwọn ọmọ Yorùbá fi máa ń rò pé nǹkan kan náà ni gbogbo wa, pé àjà no I'm a Yorùbá but now kò yẹ I'm a Yorùbá but kò sí kan tó ní kí n máa fẹ́ Ìgbò. Irọ́, ìwọ àti ẹni tó jẹ́ ẹranko tí ò tí ì di èèyàn ẹ lè fẹ́ ra yín, because tẹ́ bá máa bímọ mixed breed lẹ máa bí, ọmọ kọ́mọ lẹ máa bí. Ó dàbí ìgbà tí wọ́n bá lọ mú pitbull àti mongrel, ajá létí gbogbo àjọ mọ̀ kán bára wọn ní àjọṣepọ̀ kán wá bí ọmọ yẹn ò lè jẹ́ pitbull, kò lè ọmọ tó ò lè mú rottweiler pẹ̀lú ajá àti àwọn bingo tá à ń sìn ládùúgbò, kò so wọ́n pọ̀. Wọn ò ní bí rottweiler, kò ní bí German shepherd, kò ń ṣerú ẹ̀, kò ń ṣerú ọmọ yẹn ló máa bí. So àwọn ẹ̀yà tẹ́ ń pè lẹ́yà yìí tẹ́ ń bá fẹ́ máa jọ fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ lẹ́fẹ́ jọ kọ́ Nàìjíríà yìí, wọn ò tí ì di ẹ̀yà gidi, wọn ò tí ì di èèyàn gangan. Àwọn èèyàn tó jẹ́ pé ní as at almost just 250 years ago orí igi ni wọ́n ń gbé. Ìdí tẹ́ fi máa rí pé àwọn èèyàn máa sọ pé Igbo wọ́n fi ipá jí àwọn òbí wọn, kò ń ṣe pé wọ́n mọ̀ láti máa fipá jí àwọn òbí wọn, wọn ò mọ̀. Orí igi ni wọ́n ń gbé, wọn ò lè nawọ́ láti máa fi kíra wọn. Wọn ò tí ì understand pé ọwọ́ àwọn lè nawọ́, káwọn nawọ́ sí èèyàn pé kéèyàn ṣe good morning tó ń pè ní handshake. Wọn ò mọ̀ pé àwọn lè ṣe, torí orí igi tí wọ́n ń gbé àwọn ọ̀bọ, ìjímèrè, nǹkan ẹdun tí wọ́n rí, ẹsẹ̀ làwọn ẹdun àtàwọn nǹkan kan náà máa fi ń kíra wọn. Òun ló fi jẹ́ pé
ẹ máa round up.
À ń ra báyìí ìpá ló fi ń jí àwọn òbí wọn, ìpá tó fi ń jí àwọn òbí wọn yẹn kò ń ṣe àṣà tó dáa ni fún wọn, torí wọ́n ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bọ́ sórí ilẹ̀ ni. Kò sí nǹkan kan tẹ́lẹ̀ pé ní ìjẹ́ èèyàn, pé èèyàn báyìí pé à ń pe èèyàn ní èèyàn ní 250 years ago nílẹ̀ Ìgbò, kò sí kan tó ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Even ní 1960s àwọn ẹ̀yà yìí wọ́n ṣe ń wá sí ọjà ní hòhò. Ìjọba wọn ní láti ṣe òfin pé ẹni tó bá tún ṣe wá sọ́jà ní hòhò a máa fọlọ́pàá mú ni. Òun ló fà á tí àwọn ẹ̀yà wa ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá tí wọ́n fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí dá aṣọ jọ, tí wọ́n ń kó aṣọ yẹn lọ sí àwọn ìlú bíi Òkìrìkà, bí àwọn ìlú tẹ́ fẹ́ dárúkọ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ Àgbéèbè tó Dàkúbè tó bẹ̀ sí kó aṣọ yẹn lọ fún wọn àwọn ni wọ́n sọ àwọn aṣọ yẹn lórúkọ gẹ́gẹ́ òyìnbó bá òkìrìkà irọ́ ọmọ Yorùbá ò lè wọ òkìrìkà nítorí pé wọn ò kaṣọ wá fáwa láti ìlú tán ti ń wọṣọ kò sígbà kankan tílẹ̀ Yorùbá wà ní hòhò rí so ìwọ ọmọ Yorùbá wá fẹ́ máa bárò àwọn ẹ̀yà yẹn ó fẹ́ máa bá wọn ṣe ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Bùsí ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa UK lẹ́ẹ̀kan UK ó jẹ́ orílẹ̀-èdè mẹ́rin Nàìjíríà kì í ṣe orílẹ̀-èdè àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè ní Nàìjíríà àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè ní agbègbè ẹ̀yà kan tí ó ń sọ èdè kan Yorùbá jẹ́ orílẹ̀-èdè kan Ìgbò gan kì í ṣe orílẹ̀-èdè torí pé èdè rẹpẹtẹ ló kún bẹ́ẹ̀ kò wọ́n lédè ẹyọ kan ọ̀bọ̀ kan wá sórí tari lórí Twitter lọ́jọ́ mẹ́ta tó ń sọ pé àwọn òun ṣe nǹkan kan náà àwọn ò gbédè ara àwọn ò tiẹ̀ mọ́ra àwọn rí káwọn tó lè sọ Ìgbò tí gbogbo èèyàn mọ̀ yẹn àwọn máa ní láti lọ kọ́ ní skul ni kò sọmọ Yorùbá àkọ́kọ́ tó fẹ́ lọ kọ́ Yorùbá ní skul kó tó lè gbọ́ Yorùbá táwọn fámìlì ẹ̀ ń sọ àbáwọn àwọn tó wà nílùú bòmíì tí wọ́n ń sọ so àwọn tábà ń sọ̀rọ̀ tábà ń gbé ṣé ìlú yìí nílò láti wà ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Bùsí ìbéèrè ọ̀jọ̀ pé dàpẹ́ àdì English smarter àwọn òyìnbó wọ́n gbọ́n jù wá lọ ká ní pé àgbàpọ̀ wọ́n gbọ́n jù wá lọ tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ ó yẹ ká ti máa rí nsẹ̀yìn nítorí pé àwọn ni wọ́n fi tipátipá kó wa papọ̀ because tó bá yẹ pé wọn kọ́ọ̀tì àwọn Yorùbá tó wà ní Benin Togo Ghana ká ní wọn kọ́ọ̀tì wọn kúrò ká ní wọn fún wa lórílẹ̀‐èdè kan náà ní nsẹ̀yìn ọ̀tọ̀ ni ọ̀rọ̀ nǹkan tá à ń ṣe lé ní ìkọlà àmà ṣe bọ̀ torí pé wọ́n mọ̀ pé táwọn bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ táwọn bá ṣe wá bẹ́ẹ̀ ọgbọ́n inú àtinúdá wa tá a ní àti gòkè àgbà gan ni ó máa ń ya àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá lẹ́nu tá a bá ń sọ pé ilẹ̀ Yorùbá yìí ti dáa ju ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ lẹ̀ ní Europe rí ó máa ń yà wọ́n lẹ́nu because kò ṣe comprehend pẹ̀lú Nàìjíríà fún àpẹẹrẹ tá a bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ tẹlifíṣàn tẹ sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan ìgbà tá a ní tẹlifíṣàn ìlú tó ń pè ní Portugal kò ní tẹlifíṣàn ìgbà tá a ní tẹlifíṣàn ìlú tí wọ́n ń pè ní France kò ní tẹlifíṣàn tá a bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ tẹlifíṣàn tí bàbá Awólọ́wọ̀ mú wá fúnlẹ̀ Yorùbá ìlú tí wọ́n ń pè ní Ireland gbogbo Ireland àti Northern Ireland wọn ò ní tẹlifíṣàn tá a bá wá ń sọ̀rọ̀ tẹlifíṣàn gbogbo Arabian Peninsula ò ní tẹlifíṣàn rárá ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ní tá a bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ health nígbà tí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ti ní hospital modern ìgbàlódé hospital tó le gidi gan kò sírú ẹ̀ ní Arabian Peninsula kò sí ní so many places ní gbogbo àwọn ìlú tó ń pè ní Asia lẹ́nu ṣùgbọ́n lẹ́ni ìsìn àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá wọ́n ń wòkè they are looking up onto all of these countries láti máa rí salvation because wọn ò mọ̀ pé ilẹ̀ wa ti dáa rí kí wá ni ó dáa jù torí tá a bá ní ká máa jókòó lójoojúmọ́ pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn yánmírí tí ó jẹ́ pé ẹrú ordinary ìjọ ni wọ́n ìjọ lásánlàsàn ni ó jẹ́ bàbá fún àwọn Ìgbò ìjọ tẹ̀tù ìlú kan wà tí wọ́n pè ní ìka ìlú kónkó ló báyìí òun ló máa ń fi àwọn Ìgbò jẹko ìka ló máa ń fi àwọn
ẹ̀dàtọ̀ ṣe pé àwọn claims yìí we have to be able to also provide evidence ẹ má ẹ̀ka ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ̀ka ẹ fi yá fi wọn ní ìwà aago mẹ́sàn-án tẹ̀ tí wàá lù gan báyìí.
ìdá ọ̀yà ká aago mẹ́sàn-án ká pé a lè ka ìwé kan tí ọkùnrin kan nítorí ìṣòwò àjọ yẹn a chart delivered by the river bank of the Niger.
èmi náà mo introduce ẹ sí ìwé yẹn ìwé yẹn da aṣá bọ̀ ẹ dàtọ̀ ẹ fún wọn lẹ̀ ẹ ká àmà lọ aago mẹ́sàn-án ti lù.
ìwé yẹn gangan tẹ̀sí tó láti jẹ́ kó o mọ̀ pé báwo ni àwọn ẹ̀yà tá a pàdé ní 1850 something báwo ló ṣe rí so irú àwọn ẹ̀yà yẹn là ń sọ lọ́mọ àlè má ṣàǹfààní olórí burúkú aláyé bàjẹ́ kan wá jáde nínú ẹ̀yà yẹn tó wá ṣépè fún ọmọ Yorùbá ó mọ̀ pé ó dàbí pé kí àwa àbàṣe wà yìí sẹ́yìn ká máa pẹ́ Trump bọ̀ Nàìjíríà kọ́mọ Yorùbá kan wá wà ní inú igbó Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ kó wá ní Trump kò ní dáa fún ọ ò ní rí 2025 ṣé orí ẹ pé ṣá wọ́n sọ fún àwọn tó lè pa ìran ẹrun láàrin ìṣẹ́jú kan òun bá sọ̀rọ̀ anyhow ọmọ Ìgbò tó bá rí ọmọ Yorùbá ó yẹ kó jí làárọ̀ ó máa pàkólé ọmọ Yorùbá lórí ó máa dọ̀bálẹ̀ pé ìran àjàyíká ní ẹ̀yin lẹ là wá lójú ẹ̀yin lẹ sọ wá dé èèyàn nítorí pé tí o bá sí àjàyíká ọ̀dà ni Ìgbò ò ní di èèyàn nǹkan tó dẹ̀ sọ tá máa fi mọ̀ òun ni pé lẹ́nu gun lẹ́nu èrè àjàyíká làwọn àbẹ̀ tí wọ́n ń bọ́ lẹ́nu láì wọ́n bọ èrè yẹn bẹ̀ lónìí wípé àwọn jíjẹ ẹni tó gba àwọn lọ́wọ́ ìgalà nítorí pé tí o bá ṣàjà yìí crowd ni oko ẹrú gàlà ni bí kò bá ṣì wà títí dèní oko ẹrú ìkànnà bá ṣì wà lẹ́nu nínú àwọn ẹ̀yà yẹn ni wọ́n wá ń bá wa jà sí nǹkan ní Nàìjíríà nǹkan tó dáa jù fún ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà mi ìdẹ sọ̀rọ̀ nípa gbogbo ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà èyí tó dáa jù fúnran Yorùbá òun ni pé kíran Yorùbá kó negotiate ààrẹ kúrò nínú Nàìjíríà nǹkan tó dájú ni nítorí pé what is most pivotal to development is language. Language ló lágbára jù láti jẹ́ kí ìlú develop. Tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá dẹ̀ ti sọ èdè kan, monkey kan ti wà l'Abuja ń sẹ́yìn tó sọ pé àwọn ti ban ní teaching language indigenous language as a form of teaching ní Nàìjíríà. Ṣe rí pé bàbá ńlá wàhálà one chance gidi ni àwọn Yorùbá wọ̀. Nǹkan tó dẹ̀ lè jẹ́ ká lọ sókè, mo rántí dáadáa pé nígbà tá a wà kékeré tá a lọ public school, lára àwọn public school tá a lọ, Yorùbá ló fi kọ́ wa ní ìṣirò, arithmetic, gbogbo ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ Yorùbá ló fi kọ́ wa láti primary 1 dé primary 3. Ó dẹ̀ pay wa, a dẹ̀ gbádùn ẹ̀, ó jẹ́ ká mọ àwọn mathematics ẹ̀ ó ní. So a lè develop àfi tí a bá kúrò nínú Nàìjíríà.
Doctor, my device is misbehaving. Oh my cool, like Eka round up. It's even past 9.
Lágbára Elédùmarè, ọkàn yín á balẹ̀, mi ò ní rí dààmú tí gbogbo nǹkan tó sọ yẹn sọ́kùsọ ló sọ kò dẹ̀ ní ṣe mọ́ yín lára. Lágbára Elédùmarè, ọwọ́ tọ́gẹ̀dẹ̀ gbé báyìí á fi mọ ẹ̀ ní. Lágbára Elédùmarè, ẹ̀ ní rí dààmú, ẹ̀ ní róṣì. Gbogbo àwọn tó máa ń support program náà, ẹ̀yin náà máa lọ sókè ẹ̀ ní jábọ́ bí tẹ́ bá ti ń mówó kò ní tán bẹ̀. Àjọṣọdún àjọmọ̀ṣọdún tó ń bọ̀ ní lágbára Elédùmarè. Gbogbo àwọn tó máa ń sílẹ̀ Yorùbá pé a máa bá wọn, àwọn tó máa robi sílẹ̀ Yorùbá yìí, ìdí a máa bá wọn tẹ̀lé tara tọmọtọmọ tilétilé wọn. Gbogbo ẹni tó bá ní kí bùsùn yìí kó má jọdún tó ń bọ̀, ẹni tó bá ro kúrò yìí ń gan ló máa ṣáájú ní ikú lágbára Elédùmarè. Gbogbo ẹni tẹ̀lé ọkùnrin àbọ̀ nígbà mi ò ní rúfo àbúrò ní wọlé ní o. Orúkọ Jésù.
Two-factor authenticated prayer. Ekari. Thank you. All right. Eshe, I saw something on YouTube, Kubo. So I get what you're saying, and I pray for Ikena, but I think it's better for people to also understand what not to do in public. If you go to a king and you curse him out, you are going to be dealt with. And the mercy will come, but my court is tubu. So let him go into his spiritual tubu. He will not die, but he will have to understand the fact that he shouldn't speak anyhow in public. But he'll be fine. He won't die. In Jesus' name. By the way, I take my words very seriously, and words of people like this. You can't wish death on people and just think it's vibes. I don't think so. So I pray it doesn't die, because I don't have anything to gain from it, but I think he should learn a lesson, just like his brother in Sokoto. So he'll go to one spiritual Sokoto for a while, then will be released. The only Makbe, hopefully. All right, that's the verdict. Again, our final speaker for today will be Ade Komi. By the way, thank you very much for talking about people supporting us. If you'd like to support what we're doing, please use the bank details up on the screen and support these sessions. We have those sessions every weekday, Monday to Friday, 4 p.m. if at time West African time. So we'll be again tomorrow. Somebody says spiritual Shokoto. Yes, he has to go to one Shokoto for now. Because there's no way people just move anyhow and talk anyhow. No. Our coach is Shokoto, where be Sejume Lokan, our free, but he will not die. May God keep him safe, because his death doesn't. But he has to understand how not to talk in public. All right. Thank you very much, Ijoba Jagua, for your spiritual Shokoto dimension. So Mondays to Fridays, 4 p.m. if it's time West African time, we have the sessions. We'll be here tomorrow at 4, but we're not going to stay this long, so please come early. We're going to listen to something that has to do with Ken Sarawiwa and his understanding of some of the events I discussed earlier today. That will be tomorrow. Then on Friday, we're going to start a new series, the evolution of Christianity in Yorubaland. There are some things that you may have heard before. There are also things that I don't know if you've heard before. For instance, there are certain things I knew. I had read it in a I read it in somebody's article years ago. Then I read it in a book. But I was preparing for the series. I started to look for other books. I was only able to find 2, on that particular point. And so a lot of people haven't really gone deep into it. This afternoon I was reading a book by Professor J.F. Ajayi to understand, what happened in Benin and Warri, right, when the Portuguese first came with Catholicism. And there's some interesting things in there that I think helps us also appreciate the faith and the way Yoruba people practice it today. There's also a different flavor
to the kind of Christianity that we have in Yoruba. It's Christianity, all right, but there's a cultural flavor added by the people. How did they get to do that? What was the role of the Saro? And I promise that after this series, we're going to go into the book by E.A. Ayodele, talking about what he referred to as the deleted hybrid. So we're going to talk about the work of the returnees, the slave returnees from Sierra Leone, primarily from Sierra Leone, the Saro. And then we'll talk about their work in nationalism, Nigerian nationalism, and how the church, number one, how the church break away from, being like a toddler of the Church of England. How was the Nigerian church able to break off, of the British idea of Christianity, or the European idea of Christianity? And by the way, they did it 59 years before independence. The Nigerian church broke. What was happening in Yorubaland? Because we're talking about evolution of Christianity in Yorubaland, the Yoruba church was able to break free from the stranglehold of Britain in 1901, 59 years before independence. That was what led to the African church. Okay, what led to that? How did it even happen? Then what happened after that? How did that give rise to nationalism in Lagos first, and then of course in Yorubaland, and spread to Nigeria? How did those people eventually champion the movements that led to people now agitating for independence, beginning with the first political party, Nigerian National Democratic Party of Abat Macaulay in 1923. We're going to find a way to link all these things together to understand and to also appreciate our forebears. I'm going to say something before Adekomi speaks. I don't think we appreciate our fathers enough, especially as Yoruba people. Somebody wrote something on X on my... Okay, so someone wrote something on X and I responded to it. I'm going to quickly read that because I think that one of the reasons I should say this, one of the reasons we do this is because it's important that we appreciate our fathers. You know why? The wisdom we need for today and tomorrow, some of it is in the past. Some of it is in yesterday. And if you look down on your forebears, then you have nothing to gain from them. Therefore, you are stuck where you are because you think you know everything. Clearly you don't. If you do, or if you did, you wouldn't be stuck. It looks like we are stuck. And the way out sometimes could be backwards. Not to live in the past, but again to learn lessons from there. There's something that happened, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago. Then we'll move on to the final person. So the person had said, please mute. So the person said, he said, Adekomi, please mute. This thing is distracting me. It says, our father fought against one another. Gosh, man. It says, our father fought against one another until the unification of Nigeria brought us together. When or if we get the desired nation, are we going to unite to reignite the old feud? So they were talking about, people are talking about Yoruba nation. I'm not waiting for a Yoruba nation to be clear. I believe that I already live in one. You don't need sovereignty for nationhood. Sovereignty is not necessarily synonymous with nationhood. So whether there's sovereignty or not, the Yoruba nation, for instance, Scotland is a nation even without sovereignty. England is a nation and is not sovereign. The UK is a sovereign state, but they're all nations within that space. That's the same way I look at Yoruba. Yorubaland is not going to be, is a nation. It might become sovereign, but this point, somebody was talking about like Yoruba people having their own land. So he says here, the person has said, our problem is lack of unity or lack of truth. Yorubaland in its wholeness before the colonialists came is big, rich, and organized enough to be a country of its own. If that has been achieved, the problems we are facing today we may not have. Then the gentleman said, our fathers fought against one another until the unification of Nigeria brought us together. When or if we get the desired nation, are we going to unite to reignite the old feud? Here's my response to the person. I said, apparently, Greece shouldn't have been a sovereign country since Sparta and Athens fought in the past. And many Greek cities were conquered by Philip of Macedon. If you don't know what Egbe Modudu accomplished, read. Some of you write nonsense with so much confidence. Then I said, the Treaty of Westphalia emerged as a truce among several European groups who had been fighting one another for decades. They eventually agreed to create sovereign states in 1648. The idea that Yoruba people would not have evolved to the point of resolving internal conflicts after 16 years is simply ignorant. Many of you genuinely don't rate your ancestors at all. The real work before us is undoing the effects of colonialism. The learned helplessness that many of you proudly parade as enlightenment is truly something for the ages. The point I'm trying to make here is this. When we study history like this, you begin to see how wise your fathers were. The idea that your fathers were just fighting each other and then the British came to help them is stupid, because it reduces them to just you remove all the centuries of diplomacy, of nation building, of statecraft. You remove all of that because of 16 years of Kiriji War. That's insane. So when we have sessions like this, when we discuss Nigerian history, so Yoruba history, even Nigerian history, but particularly this particular series we're about to start, and I'm saying this because although we're talking about faith, the conversation is not a religious conversation, it's a historical conversation. So regardless of your faith, regardless of your religion, just let's study together, all right, and learn about what they did. That helps us to, appreciate their wisdom, and we can take advantage of some of the things they did. Having said that, let me bring Adekomi back up, and then we'll have your submission and close the live session for today. Please make it quick.
All right. So thank you very. Okay. All right. Can you hear me? Shangbomi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Shangbomi. All right. All right. Well done, sir. I don't have any much to say. Adalto has said a whole lot of things. You see, when it comes to religious inclusivity, the Yoruba ethnic nationality is one of the leading ethnic nationalities in Africa that has been able to successfully build religious inclusivity, and kudos to our fathers. Why do I say this? It is in Yoruba land you will see an elder brother being maybe traditional worshipper, this younger one being a Muslim, and then maybe the third one a Christian, and you might even find atheists among them, and there will not be issues. Why do I say this? Let's be very careful. That woman, Lolo, she also said some other things later on. I don't even know how that is their headache. She was saying things like the Fulani Muslim has conquered the Yoruba in such a way that 75% of Yorubas are now Muslims. I don't know how that is a problem. Even if it is so, of which, of course, most of what they do is built on propagandas. Why am I saying this? Let's be very careful to every Yorubas. Let's be very careful. Let religion, our fathers has built virtue. Our fathers built a lot of things that money cannot buy, you can't even use money to build. And these things were built organically. These things were built over the years. So let's not allow some set of people who over time has not evolved to become a human being, just like Edauto said, and let them come amidst us and, come and, throw one propaganda and then divide us and whatever. So that's my point. And then to every young people coming up, especially if you are married like myself, have this in mind. I used to have something in mind before that, okay, I still have it actually, and I still have it planned, well planned, even some are documented, how I'm going to train my children. That is, aside from training them in the way of the Lord, okay, training them in the way of success, excellence, teaching them excellence, hard work, and all practical. Also try and teach your children the beauty of, because it is only what you have you will give. If it will involve you coming into platforms like this, even if you don't have the time to read, if it will involve you coming to support, attend and support platforms like this, please do. Inculcate it into the training you want to give into your children, the beauty of who a Yoruba person is, the history, how beautiful they are. Yoruba. I don't want to take much of your time. It's past 9. Thank you very much, Egmo. Super grateful.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you very much for that submission. Fantastic stuff. Thanks everyone for making today's session a success. I want to thank everybody who liked, who shared, who power tapped, who, whether you are on TikTok, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, or Twitch, thank you very much for your support and for helping us push the live. We had record numbers on YouTube today and also on TikTok and even Facebook as well. I saw some of the comments on Facebook. Like I say, I always like to read from everybody, so I don't usually read from Twitter because the way Twitter is so on Facebook we have some very fantastic submissions talking about people being stuck in propaganda. Hopefully they have help from God. Someone says federal government could have just given Nnamdi Kanu award and make him vice president. They have sentenced someone who agitated in Delta State life imprisonment. No response to that. Someone says, I feel the pain of the innocent soul that's by under his command. Someone says, are you kidding? When you are above the law, you need a soft landing. Those people he gave instructions to be killed will just buy like that. May God have mercy on all of us, and may God have mercy on every part of this country. We all need it. And may God heal those who are broken-hearted. But I think God has to start by giving them a mirror, or giving them mirrors so that they can see where they are, rather than just, being busy with telescopes. Like I always say to my friends in the south, from the southeast, exchange or trade in your telescopes. Trade in your telescopes for mirrors. Stop looking for other people's problems. Deal with your own issues. And why do I talk about it? Because you make it our issue by lying. That's the reason we spend all the time talking about that today. We're going to have another stuff tomorrow. So thanks everyone who liked, who tapped, who shared, across all platforms, and thank you for the gifts as well on YouTube and on TikTok. Thank you very much for your support. Also, I want to thank everybody who came up. Thank you, Adalto. Thank you, Madekomi. Thank you, Battlefield, and everyone. There's a lady that came up earlier, Ibironke, I think, Miss. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for coming up. And those of you who are going to use the bank details, please, again, you can find it up here. Support what we're doing. It's really much appreciated. Thank you very much for your generosity. God bless you. Before we go, we usually play anthems before we end our sessions. And by the way, the other person, okay, now you are not going to die, but you are going to Sokoto, and you will have to serve punishment for a bit. But nobody here is dying. But over try me, Ulobini. All right. Thank you very much, Olori Eshel. So before we go, we're going to listen to the anthems. Please sing along, learn the lyrics, and Jesus Christ. All right. So let's sing along, and we'll do this together. Okay.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace all battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without name. Oh, Lord of all
kwali ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀ ìmọ́lẹ̀ wọ̀ ní wọ́kùn lágbára ọlọ́run lẹ́yìn bọ́ ní ìbàjẹ́ nàìjíríà náà ní ìbàjẹ́ nǹkan tá a bá dáwọ́lé a máa yọrí sí rere ni o gbogbo lọ́wọ́ ń yọjú orí a máa yọjú àwọn tó ń gbìyànjú àti tẹ̀wà mọ́lẹ̀ lọ àwọn tó bá dẹ̀gbẹ́ kó tó fún wa àwọn náà máa kó sínú ẹ̀ fúnra wọn lẹ́yìn bá máa gbèrú sí lágbára ọlọ́run and on the security matter, may God bless our leaders and give them all the wisdom they require and the strategic plans that they have to put in place to ensure that our spaces are secured. And thank you very much for being part of today's session. I'll see you tomorrow at 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Let's make it early because let's be punctual because we're going to finish earlier than today. It's Thursday after all. All right then. Have a lovely evening. God bless you. Odaro. Bye.
Odaro.
Odaro. Odaro.